There is a lost city buried beneath the frost and soil of the American Midwest. A staggering, magnificent metropolis built not of heavy steel and permanent concrete, but of gleaming white plaster, boundless dreams, and the very first trembling flickers of alternating current. It was a city that appeared as if by magic for one single impossible summer, shining brighter than the stars, only to vanish into the whispers of history. This is the story of a time before the endless roar of the modern highway, before the neon glow of Times Square erased the night sky, back when the United States was still vast, quiet, and wrapped in the velvet dark of a gaslit evening. It is a story of absolute wonder, of minds coming together in hushed, dimly lit parlors to dream up the impossible. So let your shoulders drop. Let the weight of the present day simply melt away into the floorboards beneath you. We are going to travel backward, away from the loud, urgent buzzing of the modern world, drifting slowly back to the late 19th century, into the golden fading twilight of the Gilded Age. Close your eyes and let the timeline of history slowly rewind. The numbers on the calendar fall all away like autumn leaves carried by a gentle breeze. We are drifting back to the year 1890. America in this era is a deeply quiet place. If you were to walk down a cobblestone street in New York or Boston just after dusk, the silence would wrap around you like a heavy, warm quilt. There are no sirens. There are no engines. There is only the rhythmic, soothing clip-clop of a tired horse pulling a carriage over the smooth stones, its hooves striking a steady, hypnotic beat that lulls the neighborhood to sleep. The street lamps are not the harsh, blinding LED lights of today. Instead, there is a man in a thick woolen coat walking softly from corner to corner. He carries a long wooden pole with a tiny flickering flame at the tip. With a gentle push, he opens the glass box of the lamppost and ignites the gas. A soft, warm amber glow blooms into the night. It hisses very softly, a quiet whisper against the cool evening air. The light it casts is golden and swaying, making the shadows dance slowly across the brick walls. Out in the vast, sweeping plains of the American West, the silence is even more profound. The prairie grass stretches out for thousands of miles, swaying like a green ocean beneath a brilliant, diamond-scattered sky. The only sound is the wind rustling softly through the tall wheat, and the distant, mournful, yet deeply comforting whistle of a lonely steam train chugging its way across the great expanse. That long, low note echoes through the valleys and over the hills, a lullaby of progress moving at a slow, gentle pace. The smell of wood smoke drifts lazily from the chimneys of isolated farmhouses, carrying the rich, earthy scent of burning oak and pine into the cool night air. The entire country, from the rocky harbors of Maine to the misty, towering redwoods of California, operates on the slow, natural rhythm of the sun. When darkness falls, the world simply goes to sleep. But in the quiet corners of this peaceful nation, a grand idea was beginning to take root, a seed of imagination that would culminate in the most spectacular event the world had ever seen. The year 1892 would mark the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus arriving in the Americas. To celebrate, the United States decided to host a World's Fair. But this would not be just any fair. It would be a monument to human achievement, a temporary paradise built to showcase the absolute pinnacle of art, architecture, and the newly discovered magic of electricity. The decision of where to build this dreamscape fell upon the shoulders of the nation's greatest minds. Cities across the country vied for the honor. Washington, D.C. offered its grand avenues. New York offered its bustling harbors. St. Louis brought forth its southern charm. But ultimately the honor went to a city that sat on the edge of a massive freshwater sea, Chicago, the gateway to the West. At this time, Chicago was a city of grit and industry, heavily laden with the smoke of factories and the busy clatter of the stockyards. It was a place of iron and sweat. Yet, the location chosen for the fairgrounds was a quiet, desolate stretch of land known as Jackson Park, sitting right on the tranquil lapping shores of Lake Michigan. Before the shovels ever broke the earth, this land was nothing but a peaceful, sandy marsh. Imagine standing on that untouched shore at dawn. The water of the lake is a deep, soothing slate blue, stretching out all the way to the horizon, so vast it looks exactly like the ocean. Gentle waves roll in, one after another, breaking softly against the sandy beach with a rhythmic sh-sh. The morning mist hangs thick and heavy over the tall reeds, glowing with a soft, pearlescent pink. As the sun slowly begins to rise, flocks of wild birds glide silently through the cool morning air. It is a place of total stillness, a blank canvas waiting for a masterpiece. To turn this quiet, watery marsh into a grand city, the organizers called upon the most brilliant and visionary architect in America, Daniel Burnham. Burnham was a man of quiet intensity, a dreamer who believed that there were no limits to what could be created. He gathered the finest architects, sculptors, and landscape designers from every corner of the United States. They traveled by rail from New York, from Boston, from Philadelphia, the gentle rocking of the train cars lulling them to sleep as they crossed the beautiful rolling landscape of Pennsylvania and Ohio. When they finally met in a dimly lit wood-paneled boardroom in Chicago, the atmosphere was thick with quiet awe. Outside the heavy velvet drapes, the snow of a harsh Midwestern winter fell softly, blanketing the city in pristine, silencing white. Inside, a fire crackled warmly in a massive stone hearth, casting a soft, flickering orange light over the faces of the men. They unrolled massive sheets of thick, creamy parchment paper across a long mahogany table. The room smelled of old paper, sharpened lead pencils, and the rich, comforting aroma of dark roast coffee and pipe tobacco. With slow, deliberate strokes, they began to draw. They didn't draw a typical fair. They drew a fantasy. They sketched massive neoclassical palaces with towering columns, vast sweeping domes, and intricate statues that looked as though they had been plucked straight from ancient Rome or Greece. They designed a system of tranquil winding canals that would weave through the massive buildings, perfectly reflecting the grand architecture in the calm, mirror-like water. They planned for lush, sprawling gardens filled with blooming roses, weeping willows, and soft, manicured lawns where visitors could sit and rest. But the most incredible decision they made, the one that would give the fair its legendary name, was the color. The architects agreed that every single one of these massive, majestic buildings would be painted in pure, blinding, brilliant white. The construction of this dream began in the spring. It was a slow, methodical process, completely devoid of the loud, rushing, heavy machinery of the modern era. Instead, it was the sound of thousands of men working in perfect harmony with nature. Listen to the gentle rhythmic thud of wooden mallets tapping against wooden beams, the smooth sweeping sound of hand saws gliding back and forth through soft pine, the heavy steady breaths of strong draft horses pulling wagons laden with lumber through the soft sandy earth. They drove massive wooden pylons deep into the muddy bottom of the marsh to create a sturdy foundation, each strike of the pile driver echoing like a slow, deep heartbeat across the water. Months turned into years, and the city slowly rose from the mud. Because these buildings were meant to be temporary, they were not made of heavy stone. They were framed in wood and iron, and then covered in a magical substance called staff, a mixture of plaster of Paris, cement, and tightly woven hemp fibers. This material was soft and pliable when wet, allowing the sculptors to mold it into the most intricate, beautiful shapes imaginable. They crafted giant, sweeping, angelic wings, delicate floral vines, and the muscular, serene faces of mythological gods, all out of this soft, damp plaster. As it dried in the warm summer sun, it hardened into a surface that looked exactly like pristine white marble. As the structures grew taller, reaching up toward the soft blue Midwestern sky, the sheer scale of what was being built began to take the breath away from anyone who saw it. The manufactures and liberal arts building alone was so massive that it could have housed several ancient pyramids within its walls. The roof was a vast canopy of glass and iron, enclosing a space so incredibly huge that the air inside actually formed its own weather patterns, with soft, delicate mists gathering near the ceiling on cool mornings. But the true magic, the absolute miracle of the White City, was something that had never been attempted on such a massive scale in the history of human existence. In the early 1890s, electricity was still a deeply mysterious, almost frightening concept to the average American. Most homes were still lit by the soft, sputtering flame of a gas lamp or a wax candle. The night was a time of true darkness. To step outside after the sun went down meant stepping into a world illuminated only by the cold, distant light of the moon. Daniel Burnham and the fair organizers wanted to change that. They wanted to turn the night into day. They awarded the contract for lighting the entire fair to a brilliant, quiet, and deeply eccentric inventor named Nikola Tesla, along with his financial backer, George Westinghouse. Tesla was a man who understood the invisible currents of the universe. He designed a system of alternating current that could carry the unseen, magical energy of electricity over vast distances without losing its power. Down in the massive Machinery Hall, a building that smelled of rich lubricating oil and warm iron, Tesla installed enormous silent dynamos. These colossal machines spun with a low, deep, mesmerizing hum. It was a frequency that you could feel in your chest, a gentle rumbling vibration that felt like the purr of a giant resting beast. Miles and miles of copper wire wrapped tightly in dark, protective insulation were carefully strung beneath the wooden boardwalks, running up the sides of the massive white columns and tracing the delicate outlines of the grand domes. They installed hundreds of thousands of small, fragile glass bulbs, each containing a tiny, delicate filament. These bulbs lined the edges of the tranquil canals. They wrapped around the grand cornices of the palaces. They dotted the great basin where a massive golden statue of the Republic stood, her arms raised gently toward the sky. The sheer amount of wire and glass was staggering. An intricate, hidden nervous system waiting for the spark of life. The fair was scheduled to officially open on May 1st, 1893. On that day, a massive crowd gathered in the grand plaza known as the Court of Honor. The sky above Chicago was a soft, overcast gray, and a cool, gentle breeze blew in off Lake Michigan, carrying the fresh, clean scent of deep water and rain. The people stood in quiet, hushed anticipation. The women wore long, heavy skirts of velvet and silk that rustled softly against the pavement, their heads adorned with wide-brimmed hats decorated with soft feathers. The men wore tailored wool suits, crisp white collars, and tall hats. They spoke in low, polite murmurs, the collective sound of their voices blending into a gentle, soothing hum that washed over the plaza like a mild ocean wave. President Grover Cleveland stood upon a grand draped platform at the end of the basin. In front of him, resting on a pedestal draped in red, white, and blue velvet, was a single small telegraph key made of solid gold. The moment had arrived. The crowd fell completely silent. The only sound was the soft lapping of the water in the canals and the distant, lonely cry of a seagull soaring high above. The president reached out his hand. His fingers hovered over the golden key for just a moment, and then, with a soft, gentle pressure, he pressed it down. Instantly, a signal traveled through the wires down into the belly of Machinery Hall. The massive dynamos awoke from their slumber. The deep, vibrating hum grew richer, thicker, sending a pulse of invisible energy surging outward through the miles of hidden copper veins. And then it happened. In the blink of an eye, the entire city of white plaster was bathed in an ethereal golden light. Hundreds of thousands of incandescent bulbs flared to life all at once. The crowd let out a collective, breathless gasp, a sound of pure, unadulterated awe. They had never seen anything like it. The harsh, frightening darkness of the night had been completely banished, replaced by a soft, continuous, unwavering glow that was brighter than 1,000 full moons. The light caught the spray of the massive grand fountains, turning the falling water into showering cascades of liquid diamonds. The pristine white walls of the towering buildings reflected the warm amber luminescence, making the entire city look as though it were carved from solid, glowing light. It was a mesmerizing, deeply calming sight. The sharp edges of the world seemed to soften under the electric glow. As the evening drew on and the natural light of the sun finally faded beyond the horizon, the white city stood completely illuminated against the dark, velvety backdrop of the night sky. The reflection of the buildings shimmered in the calm, black waters of the lagoon, doubling the beauty of the scene. Small, graceful gondolas, imported all the way from the quiet, winding canals of Venice, drifted slowly across the water. The gondoliers, dressed in traditional striped shirts, pushed their long wooden oars silently through the dark water. The soft splash, drip, drip of the oars provided a gentle, rhythmic soundtrack to the magical evening. Visitors wandered through the illuminated pathways as if moving through a dream. Their footsteps were slow, their voices reduced to reverent whispers. The air was filled with a symphony of delightful, comforting scents. There was the sweet, sugary aroma of spun cotton candy, a brand new invention making its debut at the fair. There was the rich, warm smell of roasted peanuts and freshly popped popcorn, mixing with the delicate perfume of thousands of blooming flowers in the grand horticultural building. In the distance, across the glowing waters, the very first Ferris wheel turned slowly against the night sky. Designed by an engineer named George Washington Gale Ferris, Jr., the wheel was a marvel of elegant engineering. It was not the fast, dizzying carnival ride of today. It was a massive, majestic structure of delicate steel, rising hundreds of feet into the air. Attached to the wheel were wooden cars the size of small living rooms, outfitted with plush velvet seats and large glass windows. As the wheel turned, it moved with a slow, smooth, almost imperceptible grace. The giant steel gears engaged with a soft, rhythmic clinking, a soothing, mechanical lullaby that echoed softly across the park. Imagine stepping into one of those warm, wood-paneled cars. You sink into the soft velvet cushion. The doors close quietly, shutting out the mild hum of the crowd below. Slowly, gently, the car begins to rise. You feel a slight, comforting sway, like being rocked in a gentle cradle as you float higher and higher into the dark night sky. The magnificent white city reveals itself beneath you. You can see the intricate web of glowing golden lights outlining the great domes and towering columns. You can see the dark, endless expanse of Lake Michigan stretching out into the unknown, its surface calm and peaceful. You're floating above the world, safe, warm, and entirely disconnected from the worries of the earth below. The rhythmic hum of the great wheel turning, the soft glow of the incandescent bulbs, the deep, dark comfort of the sky, it all wraps around you, inviting you to let go, to drift, to just be. This magical city was not meant to last. It was a fleeting, beautiful dream, a testament to what humanity could build in a moment of pure, peaceful cooperation. But for that one long, wonderful summer, it was the center of the universe. It was a place where millions of people came to forget their hardships, to wander through palatial halls, and to witness the birth of the modern world under the soft, comforting glow of the very first electric lights. As the night deepens over the fairgrounds, the crowds slowly begin to thin. The grand buildings stand quiet and watchful, their white facades still glowing warmly in the dark. The soft splashing of the fountains continues its endless, soothing song. The world is at peace. The great engines hum their low, rumbling lullaby, vibrating softly through the earth, a sound that settles deep into your bones, telling you that all is well, all is quiet, and it is time, at long last, to rest. As the deep velvet darkness of the night slowly begins to lift over the quiet waters of Lake Michigan, the golden electric glow of the white city finally yields to the pale, misty light of a new dawn. The thousands of incandescent bulbs that turn the night into a brilliant day are gently powered down, their delicate glass forms cooling in the crisp morning air. The massive, silent dynamos in Machinery Hall slow their rhythmic, rumbling hum, winding down until the only sound left is the soft, continuous lapping of the lake water against the sandy shore. The fairgrounds, wrapped in the cool, silvery fog of early morning, stand like a beautiful, silent painting, holding the memories of a million quiet marvels within their pristine white walls. But our journey through this gentle, forgotten era of the American landscape does not end here, on the shores of the Midwest. The United States in the late 19th century is a vast, sweeping tapestry of untouched wilderness and quiet, steady progress. And it is time to drift away from the sleeping city and venture out into the great open stillness of the West. Imagine yourself leaving the quiet grounds of the fair as the sun just begins to peak over the horizon, painting the clouds in soft pastel shades of lavender, bruised peach, and a delicate pearlescent pink. You're stepping into a beautiful horse-drawn carriage that waits softly on the cobblestone street. The horse, a magnificent, sturdy creature with a coat the color of dark roasted coffee, stands perfectly still, occasionally letting out a soft, warm breath that turns to white steam in the cool morning air. You climb inside the carriage, settling onto the deeply tufted burgundy velvet seats. The interior smells faintly of old polished leather, sweet beeswax, and the fresh, damp scent of the morning dew. The carriage driver, bundled in a thick woolen coat, gives a gentle click of his tongue, and the horse begins a slow, steady walk toward the heart of the city, its hooves creating a rhythmic, comforting clip-clop that seems to perfectly match the beating of your own relaxed heart. You are being carried toward one of the great cathedrals of the industrial age, the Grand Railway Station. But this is not the loud, frantic, echoing space of modern travel. In this era, the train station is a place of quiet dignity and slow, deliberate movement. You arrive at a massive structure built of heavy, dark red brick and ornate cast iron. Inside, the ceiling arches incredibly high above you, creating a vast, quiet space where footsteps are muffled by the thick, heavy dust of the era. Soft streams of morning sunlight filter down through massive skylights, illuminating the tiny dancing motes of dust in the air. Waiting for you at the platform is a marvel of American luxury and engineering. A Pullman sleeping car attached to a long, sleek steam locomotive that is destined for the faraway snow-capped peaks of the Rocky Mountains. The train is a magnificent beast of black iron, trimmed with gleaming brass that catches the early morning light. A thick white plume of steam drifts lazily from its smokestack, hissing with a low, continuous whisper that sounds like a giant tea kettle resting on a warm stove. You're escorted onto the train by a porter dressed in a crisp, immaculately tailored uniform. He guides you down a narrow corridor, paneled in rich, dark mahogany wood that has been polished to a mirror-like shine. He opens a heavy wooden door and ushers you into your private sleeping compartment. It is a tiny, perfect sanctuary designed for absolute comfort and quiet. The walls are lined with ornate embossed leather and intricately carved walnut. Heavy, dark green velvet curtains frame a large plate glass window, ready to be drawn shut whenever you wish to block out the world. A small frosted glass lamp sits on a brass bracket, waiting to cast a soft amber glow when evening falls. The bed is already prepared, covered in thick, heavy woolen blankets and crisp, white cotton sheets that smell faintly of lavender and fresh air. You sit down on the edge of the remarkably soft mattress and let out a long, slow breath. The heavy door is closed behind you, shutting out all the muffled sounds of the station. You are entirely alone, safe, and completely insulated in this beautiful rolling cocoon. Very gently you feel a slight, almost imperceptible lurch. It is so soft you might have imagined it. But then there's another gentle tug, and the heavy iron wheels beneath you slowly begin to turn. Chug, chug, chug. The sound is incredibly deep, a slow metallic heartbeat that reverberates up through the floorboards and into your very bones. As the train slowly pulls out of the station, leaving the city of Chicago behind, the rhythm of the wheels over the tracks begins to pick up a steady, hypnotic cadence. Clack, 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 clack. It is a perfectly metronomic sound, a lullaby of forward motion that instantly begins to coax the tension out of your muscles. You lean your head back against the plush velvet headboard and simply watch the world go by through the large, clear window. The transition from the bustling edges of the city to the vast, open expanse of the American heartland is a slow, beautiful fade. By mid-afternoon, the train is gliding smoothly across the endless flat prairies of Iowa and Nebraska. This is the great American breadbasket, a land so incredibly vast and open that it resembles a calm, green, and golden ocean. As far as the eye can see, tall prairie grasses bend and sway in a rhythmic dance, pushed by a gentle, invisible wind. There are no power lines marring the horizon. There are no highways. There is only the earth, stretching out toward infinity under a massive, dome-like sky of brilliant, unending blue. Occasionally, the train passes a small, isolated farmhouse, a lonely, comforting beacon of warmth in the vastness. A curl of gray smoke drifts slowly from its chimney, telling a quiet story of a family gathered around a warm hearth. As the afternoon wears on, the rhythmic clack-clack of the train over the iron rails becomes a permanent, soothing soundtrack. You feel yourself slipping into a state of deep, peaceful lethargy. The constant, gentle rocking of the train car side to side is exactly like being held in a giant cradle, rocked back and forth by the steady hand of the machine. The sunlight streaming through the window changes from a bright, clear yellow to a deeper, richer gold as the sun begins its long, slow descent toward the western horizon. You find yourself mesmerized by the changing colors of the sky. In the vastness of the Great Plains, the sunset is not a brief event. It is a prolonged, spectacular performance that lasts for hours. The horizon begins to glow with a fierce, brilliant amber, which slowly fades upward into bands of soft apricot, burnt orange, and a deep, royal purple. The tall grass outside the window catches this fading light, turning the entire landscape into a shimmering golden dreamscape. As the sun finally dips below the edge of the earth, the sky transitions into a deep twilight indigo. The stars begin to appear, not just a few, but millions of them, scattered like a handful of crushed diamonds across the dark velvet canopy of the night. Out here, far away from the electric lights of the city, the Milky Way is clearly visible, a glowing silvery ribbon winding its way across the heavens. Inside your compartment, the porter quietly knocks and enters, lighting the small frosted gas lamp on the wall. A soft, warm golden light fills your small sanctuary. You pull the heavy woolen blankets up around your shoulders. The train is beginning a long, slow ascent now. The flat plains are slowly rolling up into gentle foothills. You can feel the engine working just a little bit harder, the rhythmic chugging becoming a deeper, slower, more deliberate sound as it begins to climb the steady grades toward the majestic Rocky Mountains. The air outside the thick glass window is growing colder, and a delicate, intricate pattern of white frost begins to slowly creep around the edges of the pane, resembling delicate fern leaves painted in ice. You close your eyes and let the rhythm of the journey pull you deeper into a state of absolute relaxation. The clack-clack of the wheels, the slow, gentle rocking of the car, the heavy warmth of the blankets pressing down on you, it all combines to create an overwhelming sense of peace. You drift into a deep, dreamless slumber, carried safely and steadily across the great, dark expanse of the American continent. When you finally awake, hours and hours later, the world outside has entirely changed. You slowly open your eyes and blink against a soft, muted brightness filtering through the frosted edges of the window. You sit up gently and wipe a small circle of condensation away from the glass. What you see takes your breath away. The vast, flat, golden plains are gone. You are now deep in the heart of the Wyoming Territory, surrounded by a winter wonderland of impossible beauty and scale. Towering ancient mountains rise up on all sides, their craggy peaks buried beneath thick, heavy blankets of pure white snow. The train is moving slowly now, winding its way through a deep, narrow canyon carved over millennia by a freezing, rushing river. The sky above is a pale, icy blue, clear and completely devoid of clouds. Massive, ancient evergreen trees, Douglas firs and lodgepole pines, line the tracks, their branches bowing low toward the earth under the heavy, accumulating weight of the fresh snowfall. The snow is not the wet, heavy slush of the city. It is a dry, powdery, crystalline snow that glitters and sparkles in the morning sunlight as if millions of tiny mirrors have been scattered across the landscape. The train eventually slows to a gentle halt at a small rustic wooden depot nestled deep within a snowy valley. You have arrived at the edge of what would become one of the most magical and protected places on the face of the earth, Yellowstone. In the late 19th century, this vast geothermal wonderland was a place of profound isolation and deep, quiet mystery. There are no paved roads, no lines of automobiles, no noisy crowds of tourists. There is only the raw, untouched majesty of the wild. You step off the train and onto a wooden platform buried in several inches of fresh powder. The air is incredibly cold, but it is a dry, crisp, utterly pure cold that immediately clears your lungs and awakens your senses. Every breath you take feels like inhaling liquid crystal. It is so quiet here that the silence actually feels heavy, a physical presence that presses softly against your ears. The only sound is the crunch of your own boots in the dry snow. Waiting for you at the end of the platform is not a carriage, but a beautiful large wooden sleigh with curved iron runners. It is hitched to two massive gentle draft horses, their thick winter coats fluffy and warm. The driver smiles softly and gestures for you to climb aboard. You settle into the deep back seat of the sleigh, and immediately he tucks a massive, heavy buffalo robe around your legs, its thick fur incredibly warm and insulating against the biting cold. With a soft flick of the reins, the horses step forward. There are no wheels to rumble over rough ground. Instead, the iron runners of the sleigh glide over the packed snow with a sound that is incredibly smooth and soothing, a continuous soft shh that sounds like a long, gentle exhalation of breath. The horses are equipped with harnesses draped in small brass bells, but the driver has carefully wrapped the bells in thick strips of wool. So instead of a loud, piercing jingle, they produce a deeply muffled rhythmic thud, clink, that perfectly matches the slow, steady pace of the heavy hooves trudging through the snow. You are gliding through a silent, white paradise. The sleigh winds its way along a path that follows the edge of an unfrozen river. The water is a deep, startling shade of sapphire blue, contrasting sharply with the pristine white snowbanks on either side. Because the river is fed by the deep, boiling heart of the earth, it does not freeze even in the dead of winter. Soft, ethereal tendrils of white steam rise lazily from the surface of the rushing water, dancing and twirling in the freezing air before vanishing into nothingness. As you travel deeper into the park, the landscape begins to change from a traditional snowy forest into something completely otherworldly. The air begins to carry a faint, earthy, mineral scent, the smell of ancient stone and boiling water bubbling up from deep within the earth's crust. You're entering the great geyser basins, a place where the frozen surface of the winter world meets the raging liquid fire hidden miles below. The sleigh glides to a gentle stop at the edge of a massive, snow-covered plain. But this plain is not completely white. Dotted all across the landscape are large, vibrant pools of boiling water. The colors of these thermal pools are so vivid, so startlingly bright, that they look as though an artist has spilled massive pots of paint across the snow. There are pools of deep, mesmerizing emerald green, rimmed with bands of bright, fiery orange and sulphurous yellow. There are pools of impossible crystalline turquoise that look so deep you feel you could fall into them forever. Thick, billowing columns of pure white steam rise continuously from these pools, drifting slowly across the snowy plains like massive, slow-moving clouds. The steam casts long, shifting shadows across the bright snow. It is a place of deep, ancient contrast, the biting, freezing cold of the winter air wrapping around the intense, boiling heat of the earth. You sit perfectly still beneath your heavy fur blanket, simply watching the steam rise and listening to the sounds of the basin. It is a symphony of soft, bubbling noises. Somewhere in the distance, a mud pot gently boils. The thick gray mud pops and gurgles with a slow, rhythmic bloop, bloop, bloop. It is an incredibly satisfying, organic sound, a slow, viscous popping that feels deeply grounding. The driver turns in his seat and points silently toward the far end of the basin. You look through the shifting veils of white steam. Rising from the frozen ground is a large cone-shaped mound of gray, mineral-stained rock. This is Old Faithful, the most famous geyser in the vast wilderness, keeping its ancient rhythmic promise to the sky. Even now, in the freezing stillness of the 19th century winter, it is preparing to speak. You watch in hushed anticipation. The area around the cone is completely silent, save for a very low, deep rumbling sound that you can feel more than hear. It is a vibration in the ground, a gentle trembling that signals the building pressure far below the surface of the earth. Small, sputtering splashes of boiling water begin to leap playfully from the top of the cone, spilling down the gray rock and instantly turning to steam as they hit the freezing air. Then, with a sound like a long, deep sigh, the water begins to rise. It does not explode with a violent crash. Instead, it is a steady, powerful, majestic ascent. A thick, massive column of boiling water pushes its way toward the pale blue sky, climbing higher and higher, 30, 50, 100 feet into the air. The water transforms immediately into a towering, magnificent pillar of brilliant white steam, catching the sunlight and glowing with a soft internal radiance. The sound of the eruption is not a roar, but a continuous, heavy whoosh, like the sound of a massive waterfall plunging into a deep pool or a powerful wind rushing through a dense forest. You sit mesmerized as the water dances against the sky, a perfect, fleeting monument of natural power. The eruption continues for several long, peaceful minutes, the heavy spray of water catching the wind and raining down onto the surrounding snow, creating a shimmering icy glaze across the landscape. Slowly, gently, the pressure begins to wane. The column of water drops lower and lower until finally, with one last soft sputter, it sinks back down into the dark, hidden depths of the earth. The towering pillar of steam remains for a few moments longer, hanging in the still winter air before slowly dissipating and fading back into the clear blue sky. The silence that returns to the basin is even deeper, even more profound than before. It is the silence of an ancient repeating cycle, a rhythm of nature that has existed for thousands of years and will continue for thousands more, entirely undisturbed by the hurried rushing of humanity. The sleigh driver gives the reins a soft shake, and the horses lean back into their collars. The muffled thud clink of the wrapped bells resumes as you glide away from the steaming basin, sliding silently over the deep, packed snow. You are entering a dense, ancient grove of tall lodgepole pines. The trees here are completely untouched by the steam and the heat. They belong entirely to the winter. The canopy above is so thick that the bright morning sunlight is filtered into a dim, cool emerald twilight. The snow sits so heavily on the branches that occasionally a large clump of soft, powdery snow will silently drop from high above, falling through the branches with a soft, powdery swoosh before landing in the deep drifts below. The air in this ancient forest smells deeply of fresh pine needles, cold earth, and the sharp, clean bite of winter frost. As you glide deeper into the trees, you notice that the sounds of the outside world have been entirely muffled by the dense snow. It is like being inside a massive, natural, soundproof room. Your own breathing seems loud in the incredible quiet. The slow, steady rhythm of the sleigh gliding over the snow, the soft, muffled hoofbeats of the tired horses, the heavy, enveloping warmth of the thick buffalo robe, everything is conspiring to pull you down into a state of total, heavy relaxation. Through the thick trunks of the pine trees, you begin to see the warm, inviting flicker of a fire. As the sleigh rounds a gentle curve in the path, a massive rustic log cabin comes into view. It is built from enormous, rough-hewn pine logs, chinked with thick mortar. The roof is buried under 3 feet of unbroken snow, and a massive fieldstone chimney rises from the center, puffing a thick, steady column of white wood smoke into the freezing air. The windows of the cabin are glowing with a deep, rich amber light, a beacon of warmth and safety in the middle of the frozen wilderness. The sleigh pulls to a gentle stop near the heavy wooden door of the cabin. You step out, your boots sinking deeply into the soft, dry powder. The cold air bites at your cheeks, but the promise of warmth draws you forward. You push open the heavy oak door and step inside. The contrast between the freezing, silent world outside and the warm, golden haven inside is overwhelmingly comforting. The interior of the cabin is a single massive room. The walls are made of golden, glowing pine logs. The floor is covered in thick, woven wool rugs in deep shades of red and brown. But the center of the room is commanded by an enormous roaring fire built inside a massive stone hearth that is large enough to stand in. Giant logs of dried oak and pine crackle and pop, sending a shower of bright orange sparks dancing up the chimney. The heat radiating from the fire is immediate, a heavy, thick wave of warmth that washes over you, instantly thawing your chilled hands and face. The air inside the cabin smells incredible, a rich, complex blend of burning wood smoke, old leather, the sweet scent of pipe tobacco, and the warm, comforting aroma of roasted coffee and cinnamon. In front of the great fire sits a massive, deeply worn leather armchair, its cushions cracked and softened by years of use. It is angled perfectly to catch the heat of the flames. You walk over to the chair and sink into it. It is impossibly soft, molding perfectly to the shape of your tired body. You stretch your legs out toward the fire, feeling the intense, comforting heat seeping deeply into your bones, melting away the lingering chill of the snowy journey. You can hear the howling of a cold wind beginning to pick up outside, whistling softly around the heavy wooden eaves of the cabin. But the sound only serves to make you feel more incredibly safe and insulated inside your warm sanctuary. The flames in the massive hearth dance and sway, casting long, hypnotic shadows across the golden log walls. The steady, rhythmic crackle, pop, hiss of the burning wood is the only sound in the room. It is a deeply primal, deeply comforting sound that speaks directly to the oldest, quietest parts of the human mind. The heavy warmth of the room, the lingering rhythmic memory of the train's motion, the deep silence of the snow-covered forest outside, all of these sensations begin to weave together, forming a heavy, irresistible blanket of lethargy. Your eyelids grow incredibly heavy, slipping downward as you watch the orange flames leap and fall. The smell of the wood smoke wraps around you like a soft embrace. Your breathing slows down, becoming deep even, and perfectly synchronized with the slow, crackling rhythm of the dying fire, the journey across the vast rolling plains, the quiet majesty of the geyser basins, the deep, muffled silence of the ancient pine forest. They all slowly fade into the background, leaving nothing but the heavy, golden warmth of the present moment. The logs shift softly in the hearth, sending up one last lazy shower of sparks. The shadows stretch long and comforting across the floorboards. The wilderness is sleeping. The great snowy expanse of the American West is completely at peace, and you, sinking deeper and deeper into the soft leather, are ready to drift into a long, deep, and deeply restorative slumber. All is quiet, all is warm, and all is completely, perfectly still. The fire inside the massive fieldstone hearth has slowly burned down through the long, quiet hours of the night. Where there were once leaping, brilliant orange flames, there is now only a deep, pulsing bed of ruby red embers. They glow with a soft, incredibly warm light that breathes in and out with the gentle drafts of the cabin, looking like a collection of precious, breathing gemstones resting in the ash. You slowly open your eyes, the heavy, thick buffalo robe still wrapped securely around your shoulders, holding in the deep, comforting heat of your long slumber. The leather armchair has cradled you perfectly through the night, and as you stretch your legs out toward the fading warmth of the hearth, a profound sense of peace settles over every muscle in your body. The cabin is completely silent, save for the occasional very soft pop of a shifting ember. Outside the thick golden pine logs, the harsh winter wind that howled through the trees has entirely vanished, leaving behind a world that is perfectly still and frozen in time. You turn your head slowly toward the nearest window. The glass panes are entirely covered in a thick, intricate tapestry of ice crystals. The frost has grown over the night into delicate sweeping patterns that look exactly like ancient fern leaves and fragile shimmering feathers of spun glass. Through the very center of the pane, where the warmth of the room has barely melted, a small circular clearing, the first pale light of the morning is beginning to filter through. It is a soft, muted, silvery blue light, the kind of light that only exists on a completely clear morning after a massive, heavy snowfall. You slowly push yourself up from the deep embrace of the leather chair. The wooden floorboards creak softly beneath your heavy wool socks, a comforting domestic sound in the quiet space. On a heavy cast-iron stove tucked into the corner of the room, a large dark blue enamel percolator sits, quietly keeping warm. Someone has been awake before you. You pour yourself a thick, heavy ceramic mug of dark roast coffee. The steam rises instantly in the cool air of the cabin, carrying the rich, deeply roasted, slightly bitter aroma that instantly wakes up your senses. You wrap both of your cold hands around the warm mug, feeling the heat seep through the ceramic and into your palms, a tiny perfect comfort against the chill of the morning. You walk to the heavy oak door, unlatch the thick iron bolt, and pull it open just a few inches. The sheer brilliance of the outside world almost takes your breath away. The sky is an intense, vivid, flawless shade of cerulean blue. The sun has just crested the tops of the towering lodgepole pines, and its rays are striking the millions of tons of fresh, untouched snow that blankets the earth. The entire world is glittering, sparkling, as if diamonds have been scattered across every branch, every roof, and every sloping hill. The air that hits your face is incredibly cold, but it is pure, sharp, and deeply invigorating. You take a slow, deep breath, pulling the icy air into your lungs, and let it out in a long, white plume of steam. Waiting for you at the edge of the clearing is the same wooden sleigh from yesterday, its iron runners resting lightly on the surface of the deep powder. The massive draft horses stand quietly, their thick winter breath pluming in the air, occasionally tossing their massive heads and sending a soft, muffled clink from their wrapped bells into the silent forest. You step out, your boots sinking into the dry, squeaking snow, and climb back into the plush velvet seat, pulling the heavy furs tight around your chin. With a gentle click of the driver's tongue, you're gliding once again, slipping silently through the emerald and white corridors of the ancient forest, leaving the warm, rustic sanctuary behind as you make your way back toward the edge of the wilderness. The journey back to the small, snow-buried railway station is a quiet, dreamlike glide. The rhythmic shh of the runners over the snow lulls you back into a state of deep, heavy relaxation. When you finally reach the wooden platform, the grand black iron steam locomotive is already waiting, a magnificent beast of the Gilded Age breathing heavily in the freezing air. The thick column of white steam rising from its smokestack looks like a cloud tethered to the earth. You are welcomed back aboard by the impeccably dressed porter, who guides you back to the rich, dark mahogany warmth of your private sleeping car. As the train begins its slow, deliberate descent out of the Rocky Mountains, you settle back against the dark green velvet cushions, feeling the familiar, deeply comforting clack, 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 clack of the iron wheels beneath you. You're leaving the freezing, crystalline heights of Wyoming and beginning a long, gentle journey westward toward the very edge of the American continent. For 2 days, you ride in quiet, insulated luxury. The landscape outside your window transforms with the slow, sweeping grandeur that defines the United States. You watch as the towering snow-capped peaks slowly melt away flattening out into the vast open expanse of their great basin in Nevada. Here, the world turns into a breathtaking canvas of muted earthy colors. The ground is a soft, dusty sage green, dotted with low bushes that stretch endlessly toward distant purple-hued mountains. As evening falls over the high desert, the sky puts on a display of impossible beauty. The dust in the dry air catches the setting sun, turning the entire western horizon into a burning sea of deep crimson, burnt orange, and soft, glowing apricot. You sit alone in your dimly lit cabin, the soft amber glow of the gas lamp reflecting perfectly in the glass of the window, mesmerized by the slow changing colors of the desert dusk. The rhythmic rocking of the train car side to side, exactly like a gentle cradle, becomes a soothing constant. The deep rumbling hum of the engine pulling the heavy cars across the flat desert floor vibrates through the soles of your feet and settles into your chest. A mechanical heartbeat that lulls you into long, peaceful naps. Eventually, the train begins to climb once more, pushing its way up into the rugged, pine-covered slopes of the Sierra Nevada mountains. You fall asleep to the sound of the engine working hard, a slow, heavy chug-chug-chug that sounds incredibly determined and safe in the deep, dark night. When you awaken the next morning, the dry, dusty air of the desert has vanished completely. The porter has slightly cracked the small vent above your window, and the air that flows into your cabin is heavy, moist, and incredibly rich. It smells entirely different from anything you have experienced on this journey so far. It is the deep, dark, loamy scent of ancient earth, wet ferns, thick green moss, and the unmistakable sharp, clean aroma of the Pacific Ocean hiding somewhere just over the horizon. You pull back the heavy velvet curtains and look out. The world has changed into a towering, shadowed cathedral of green. The train is moving very slowly now, winding its way on narrow, curving tracks through the very heart of the Northern California coast. You have entered the realm of the giant redwoods, the sequoia sempervirens. These are not merely trees. They are ancient living monuments. As you look up through the glass, you realize you cannot even see the tops of them. Their massive, rust-colored trunks, covered in deeply grooved, fibrous bark, rise straight up like the columns of a majestic, ancient temple, disappearing into a thick, silvery canopy of morning fog hundreds of feet above. To understand the sheer majesty of this place in the late 19th century, you must imagine the timeline of the world. Some of the trees standing quietly outside your window right now sprouted from tiny, fragile seeds before the Roman Empire was even born. They stood silently in the mist while entire civilizations rose and fell across the ocean. They're the oldest, tallest living things on the face of the earth, and they project a feeling of absolute, unwavering permanence. The light inside this ancient forest is dim, filtered through millions of tiny, flat green needles high above, creating a perpetual, incredibly calming twilight on the forest floor. The ground is covered in a thick, spongy carpet of fallen reddish-brown needles, massive ferns that unroll their fronds in the damp air, and soft, velvety green moss that seems to swallow all sound. The train whistle blows, a long, lonely, mournful sound that echoes softly against the massive wooden trunks. But the sound is quickly absorbed by the sheer density of the forest, returning the world to a heavy, damp silence. You sit completely still, watching these ancient giants glide past the window, The scale of them makes all human worries feel incredibly small and fleeting. There is a deep, profound comfort in knowing that these trees have stood here, drinking in the coastal fog for thousands of years, entirely undisturbed by the rushing of time. The rhythmic clack-clack of the train seems softer here, muffled by the heavy, moist air. By late afternoon, the massive trunks begin to thin, and the smell of the damp earth is suddenly joined by the sharp, salty, bracing scent of brine. The dense forest gives way to rolling grass-covered hills that drop suddenly and dramatically away. The train comes to a final slow halt at a small weathered wooden depot perched on the edge of a rugged, rocky cliff. You step down from the heavy iron steps of the train car and find yourself looking out over the endless churning expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The United States ends right here, in a beautiful, dramatic collision of stone and water. The ocean is a deep, moody slate gray, rolling in with massive, slow-moving swells that crash violently against the jagged black rocks far below. The sound is incredible, a deep, booming roar that you feel in your very stomach, followed by the soft, rushing hiss of the water pulling back over the stones. A thick, heavy layer of white fog hangs lazily over the water, softening the horizon so that you cannot tell where the ocean ends and the sky begins. Waiting for you at the depot is a small enclosed carriage, completely different from the sleighs of the snowy mountains. This carriage is built to withstand the damp, salty wind of the coast. You climb inside, sinking into the soft, worn leather seats, and the carriage driver clicks his tongue, urging the horse along a narrow, winding dirt road that hugs the very edge of the sea cliffs. The ride is slow, the wooden wheels crunching softly against the gravel, the carriage swaying gently with every bend in the road. You are traveling toward one of the great quiet triumphs of 19th century American engineering. In this era, before the invention of radar or satellite navigation, the massive, dangerous coastline of the United States was protected by a string of lonely, beautiful sentinels, the lighthouses. As the carriage rounds a high, grassy bluff, it comes into view. Standing alone on a rugged promontory jutting out into the boiling sea is a magnificent towering structure of pristine, whitewashed brick. It looks incredibly sturdy, completely immovable against the relentless wind and crashing waves. Attached to the base of the tower is a small, neat keeper's cottage, its roof painted a deep rust red with a small inviting curl of gray wood smoke drifting from its brick chimney. The carriage stops at the wooden gate of the cottage. You step out into the damp, salty air. The wind tugs playfully at your coat, carrying the distant, lonely cries of seagulls riding the updrafts along the cliffs. You walk slowly up the stone path, the wind-bent coastal grass brushing softly against your legs. An older man, dressed in a heavy dark navy wool sweater and a captain's cap, opens the heavy wooden door of the cottage. He has kind, deeply lined eyes, the eyes of a man who has spent his entire life watching the horizon. He nods to you, a quiet, welcoming gesture, and motions for you to follow him. He leads you not into the cottage, but to the heavy iron door at the base of the towering lighthouse. You step inside, leaving the roaring wind behind. The interior of the tower is incredibly quiet, smelling strongly of fresh white paint, polished brass, and the faint, oily scent of kerosene. Winding up the inside of the circular brick wall is an incredibly steep, narrow spiral staircase made entirely of decorative cast iron. You begin to climb. The steps ring with a solid, satisfying, metallic clink beneath your boots. Up and up you go, the air growing slightly warmer as you ascend. It is a hypnotic, dizzying climb around and around the tight spiral, a slow, rhythmic exertion that draws the last remaining tension out of your muscles. Finally, you reach the top of the stairs and step through a small hatch into the lantern room. You're standing inside a massive cage of thick glass perched perfectly between the sky and the sea. The view is completely overwhelming. You can see for miles in every direction, the dark, turbulent ocean stretching out into the misty gray unknown. But the true marvel is resting directly in the center of the room. It is a massive, incredibly complex structure of gleaming brass and perfectly cut glass standing over 10 feet tall. This is a first-order Fresnel lens, a masterpiece of 19th century optical science imported all the way from Paris. It is composed of hundreds of individual glass prisms arranged in intricate concentric circles like a giant transparent beehive. Every single piece of glass has been polished by hand until it is flawlessly clear. The keeper steps forward to perform his nightly, deeply sacred ritual. The sun is just beginning to dip below the thick bank of fog on the horizon, casting the lantern room in a deep, shadowy twilight. With a slow, practiced, deliberate movements, he opens a small brass door at the base of the lens. Inside sits a large, multi-wicked brass lamp filled with rich, clear kerosene. He takes a long wooden match, strikes it against the brick wall, and touches the bright yellow flame to the cotton wicks. The fire catches instantly. At first, it is just a small, bright yellow flame. But the moment the keeper closes the brass door, the magic of the Fresnel lens takes hold. The hundreds of intricate glass prisms capture that single small flame, bending and refracting the light, multiplying it 1,000 times over, until the entire massive glass structure is glowing with an intense, blinding, brilliant white light. It is like holding a captured star right in the center of the room. Then, the keeper turns a heavy brass crank attached to a complex mechanism of gears and heavy lead weights extending down the center of the tower. This is the clockwork machinery that makes the light sweep across the sea. He releases a small latch, and with a heavy, deeply satisfying click, the massive lens slowly, effortlessly begins to turn. You stand in the center of the room, completely mesmerized. The machinery engages with a slow, rhythmic, hypnotic tick-tock, tick-tock, a sound exactly like the inner workings of a giant, ancient grandfather clock. The massive, heavy lens glides on a circular track filled with liquid mercury, allowing thousands of pounds of glass and brass to rotate with absolutely zero friction. It turns with an agonizingly beautiful, slow grace. As the lens rotates, it sends massive, concentrated beams of solid white light out through the glass windows of the lantern room, cutting through the dense, creeping sea fog like giant, glowing swords. You watch as one beam sweeps slowly across the dark, rolling waves of the Pacific, illuminating the whitecaps in the distance, before continuing its endless circular journey. Then, a few moments later, the next beam follows, a rhythmic, pulsing heartbeat of light, keeping watch over the edge of the world. The keeper simply nods, satisfied with his work, and begins his slow descent down the iron stairs, leaving you alone for a moment in the warm, glowing, ticking room. The sheer mechanical perfection of the turning lens, the deep, steady tick-tock tick-tock of the heavy gears and the mesmerizing sweep of the bright light through the thick gray fog combine to create a feeling of absolute, unbreakable safety. You are in the highest, brightest, safest room at the end of the continent. Nothing can reach you here. You slowly make your way back down the spiral staircase, the sound of your footsteps echoing softly against the curved brick walls. When you reach the bottom and step out into the damp evening air, the darkness has fully settled over the coast. The fog is rolled in thick and heavy, wrapping the entire cliffside in a deep, silencing gray blanket. But towering high above you, the massive beam of light continues to cut through the darkness, sweeping round and round with a comforting, protective certainty. You walk toward the keeper's cottage. The heavy wooden door opens before you can knock, and a rush of warm, dry air welcomes you inside. The cottage is incredibly cozy, built low to the ground to avoid the fierce coastal winds. The walls are paneled in dark, varnished oak, and a black cast-iron wood stove sits in the center of the small parlor, radiating a deep, intense, heavy heat that instantly warms your chilled skin. You're led to a small private guest room at the back of the cottage. A sturdy iron bed waits for you, covered in thick, heavy quilts, entirely hand-stitched in complex, colorful patterns. You sit on the edge of the bed and pull off your heavy boots. The floorboards are pleasantly warm from the stove in the next room. You slide beneath the massive weight of the quilts, pulling them all the way up to your chin. Outside, the wind begins to pick up, howling softly against the solid brick of the cottage. The massive ocean waves crash against the cliffs below, sending a deep, rhythmic vibration through the foundation of the house. Crash, hiss, crash, hiss. It is the deepest, most powerful lullaby in nature, a sound that has existed since the beginning of the earth. And then there is the final comforting sound of the coast. Through the thick fog, the massive brass steam whistle of the foghorn sounds its long, mournful warning to the ships at sea. Boom. The low, heavy note vibrates right through the walls, lingering in the heavy, damp air before slowly fading away, only to repeat again exactly 1 minute later. Between the deep, rumbling crash of the heavy ocean waves, the distant, lonely call of the massive foghorn, and the heavy, crushing weight of the warm quilts pressing you down into the soft mattress, you feel your consciousness beginning to slip away. Every single muscle in your body goes completely, utterly slack. You close your eyes, and in the darkness, you can still feel the slow, sweeping rhythm of the giant light turning round and round, high above you, watching over the deep, silent waters of the Pacific. The world is heavy, the world is safe, and the world is pulling you down into a state of total, unbroken, deeply restorative sleep. All is quiet on the edge of the world. The morning light on the edge of the Pacific Ocean does not arrive with a sudden jarring brightness. Instead, it slowly bleeds through the thick, heavy blanket of coastal fog, turning the pitch-black darkness into a deep, muted shade of charcoal, and then very gently into a soft, glowing pearl gray. Inside the small, low-slung keeper's cottage, the deep, resonant slumber that held you through the night begins to slowly, gently lift. You open your eyes to the sight of the low wooden ceiling, the thick oak beams bathed in the pale, silvery light filtering through the small, salt-streaked window. The heavy, hand-stitched quilts are wrapped securely around you, their immense, comforting weight pressing down on your shoulders, keeping the absolute perfect cocoon of warmth trapped against your skin. You lie there for a long time, simply listening. The furious, howling wind of the night has completely exhausted itself. The massive, crashing waves that shook the stone foundation have mellowed into a slow, rhythmic, deeply soothing roll. Swoosh, ah, swoosh, ah. It is the sound of the ocean breathing, a slow, eternal respiration that washes away the last lingering remnants of sleep. You realize, with a deep sense of comfort, that the massive brass foghorn has stopped its mournful warning. The deep, rumbling whoomp is gone, replaced by the solitary, distant cry of a seagull gliding on the calm morning air. High above the cottage, the massive clockwork gears of the Fresnel lens have finally been brought to a quiet halt. The brilliant sweeping beam of light has been gently extinguished, its nightly watch concluded. You slowly push the heavy layers of the quilt aside. The cool, damp, incredibly fresh air of the room brushes against your face. You swing your legs over the side of the sturdy iron bed, your bare feet meeting the smooth, worn wooden floorboards. From the front of the cottage, the rich, deeply grounding aroma of morning is drifting down the narrow hallway. It is the unmistakable smell of strong, dark coffee brewing in a tin percolator, mixed with the smoky, savory scent of thick-cut bacon sizzling slowly in a heavy cast-iron skillet. You dress quietly, pulling on your thick woolen sweater, and walk into the small, warm parlor. The lighthouse keeper is standing by the black ironwood stove, the fire inside crackling softly, casting a warm orange glow across his lined, weathered face. He nods to you, a silent, peaceful greeting, and hands you a heavy ceramic mug filled to the brim with steaming black coffee. You wrap your hands around the warm mug, feeling the heat radiate into your palms, and look out the small window. The fog is beginning to burn off, revealing the vast, endless expanse of the Pacific Ocean, now a calm, deep, mesmerizing shade of sapphire blue, sparkling under the gentle morning sun. It is a beautiful, deeply peaceful morning, but the story of this vast, sweeping country is always moving, always flowing toward the next quiet marvel. You finish your coffee, leaving the empty mug on the heavy wooden table, and step out into the crisp, salty air. A carriage is waiting at the end of the cobblestone path, ready to carry you away from the jagged, rocky cliffs of the coast. You climb inside, sinking into the familiar soft leather seats, and close your eyes as the horse begins its slow, steady clip-clop down the winding dirt road. As you ride, a profound, dreamlike transition begins to wash over you. The cool, sharp, salty air of the California coast slowly begins to fade. The rhythmic crunching of the carriage wheels softens, melting away into a profound, velvety silence. The landscape in your mind's eye shifts, dissolving the towering redwoods and the crashing ocean waves. You are drifting, untethered from the constraints of geography, floating seamlessly across the massive, sprawling expanse of the American continent. We are moving away from the rugged, rocky edges of the West and plunging deep into the soft, warm, heavy heart of the American South. When you finally open your eyes, the world has entirely transformed. The air has changed completely. It is no longer crisp and biting. Instead, it is incredibly warm, rich, and wonderfully heavy. It wraps around you like a soft, damp velvet blanket. You're standing on a wide, sloping levee made of packed, dark earth, looking out over a river so impossibly wide and vast that it looks more like a moving, liquid sea. You have arrived on the banks of the lower Mississippi River. in the golden fading twilight of the late 1880s. The sun is just beginning to set over the opposite bank, painting the muddy, swirling water in deep, rich shades of liquid copper, burnt gold, and fiery crimson. The heat of the deep southern day is slowly lifting, replaced by a balmy, soothing evening breeze. The air here smells absolutely intoxicating. It is a thick, complex perfume, a mixture of the deep, earthy scent of the river mud, the sweet, heavy fragrance of blooming night jasmine, and the delicate, lemony aroma of massive magnolia blossoms hanging from the ancient, sprawling oak trees that line the shore. Those ancient oaks are a sight to behold. Their massive, twisting branches reach out like giant, welcoming arms, draped in thick, weeping veils of silver Spanish moss. The moss hangs completely still in the heavy air, looking exactly like tattered, antique lace suspended in the fading light. As the sun dips lower, slipping below the distant tree line, the southern night begins to awaken. The silence of the river is gently broken by the rhythmic rising chorus of thousands of cicadas and tree frogs. It is a continuous, pulsating hum, a vibrating, deeply hypnotic thrum that seems to rise right out of the damp earth itself. A lullaby of the bayou that vibrates softly in your chest. You stand on the levee, the soft grass brushing against your boots, waiting. You are here to embark on a journey that defines the absolute pinnacle of 19th century American elegance and slow, deliberate travel. Through the soft gathering river mist, rolling gently over the dark water, a warm golden glow begins to appear in the distance. At first, it is just a hazy amber light, shifting and reflecting on the surface of the river, but then a sound begins to echo across the water. It is a deep, low, incredibly powerful sound. Thump, splash, thump, splash, thump, splash. It is the slow, majestic heartbeat of a giant. Slowly, emerging from the twilight mist, the source of the sound reveals itself. It is a magnificent, towering Mississippi River steamboat, a true floating palace of the Gilded Age. The sheer scale of it is breathtaking. It is a massive, multi-tiered structure built of gleaming white wood, rising 4 stories high above the dark water. The entire boat is adorned with the most intricate, delicate wooden trim, carved into beautiful looping patterns that look exactly like spun sugar or fine white lace. This beautiful woodwork, known as gingerbread trim, lines every deck, every railing, and every grand archway, making the massive vessel look incredibly light, almost as if it were floating on air rather than water. At the very back of the boat, churning the dark water into a frothy white wake, is the massive wooden paddle wheel. It is painted a deep, striking shade of crimson red, measuring nearly 30 feet across. It moves with a slow, agonizingly beautiful deliberation. The massive wooden planks lift out of the river, water cascading off them in a shimmering musical waterfall before plunging back down into the depths with a deep, satisfying thump. Rising from the top deck, near the front of the boat, are 2 towering black iron smokestacks. They're incredibly tall, crowned with ornate flared iron tops that look exactly like the dark, jagged crowns of royalty. From these twin stacks, thick, lazy plumes of dark gray wood smoke drift up into the twilight sky, carrying a rich, comforting scent of burning pine and hickory over the water. Suspended exactly between the 2 massive smokestacks is an intricately painted wooden symbol, a golden eagle, its wings spread wide, catching the last flickering rays of the setting sun. As the steamboat slowly approaches the wooden dock, you can see that every single deck is lined with soft, glowing light. Dozens of ornate glass oil lamps are spaced evenly along the pristine white railings, casting a warm, inviting, amber glow that perfectly reflects in the dark, moving mirror of the river. The massive boat glides toward the levee with an astonishing quiet grace. The engines slow down, the rhythmic thump splash stretching out, becoming deeper and more lethargic, with a soft, heavy bump that you feel through the soles of your feet. The steamboat touches the wooden pilings of the dock. Massive, thick ropes of woven hemp are thrown over the side and secured tightly around giant wooden cleats on the levee. A beautifully polished wooden gangplank is slowly lowered, connecting the muddy natural earth to the pristine floating paradise. You walk slowly down the levee, your footsteps soft on the grass, and approach the gangplank. A smartly dressed porter wearing a crisp white jacket with gleaming brass buttons stands at the entrance. He smiles warmly, his face illuminated by a brass lantern hanging overhead, and steps aside, gesturing for you to come aboard. You step onto the thick wooden planks of the gangplank. Instantly, you feel a slight, incredibly gentle sway beneath your feet. The soft, living movement of the great river holding the massive boat. The moment you step through the grand carved double doors and enter the interior of the steamboat, you are completely transported into a world of unimaginable hushed luxury. You are standing in the grand saloon, the massive, sprawling hallway that runs down the exact center of the boat. The sheer opulence of the room is stunning. The ceiling arches high above you, painted in soft pastel shades of sky blue and adorned with intricate gold leaf floral patterns that shimmer in the light. Hanging from the ceiling are three massive, dazzling crystal chandeliers. Because electricity is still a rare magic, these chandeliers are filled with dozens of thick, white wax candles, each one burning with a soft, steady, teardrop-shaped flame. The thousands of faceted crystal droplets catch the candlelight, scattering soft, dancing prisms of amber and gold across the room. The floor beneath your feet is covered in a thick, incredibly plush carpet, woven in deep, rich shades of burgundy, forest green, and gold. It is so thick that it completely muffles your footsteps, swallowing all sound and making you feel as though you're walking on a soft, heavy cloud. Running down both sides of the grand saloon is a row of stunning, dark mahogany doors, each one polished to a mirror-like shine and outfitted with beautifully engraved brass doorknobs. These are the entrances to the private staterooms. The porter quietly leads you down the soft, heavily carpeted corridor. The air inside the saloon is pleasantly warm, carrying the faint, incredibly pleasant aroma of beeswax polish, old, expensive leather, and the sweet, rich scent of freshly baked pecan pie drifting up from the dining room below. The atmosphere is deeply hushed. A few finely dressed passengers sit in plush velvet armchairs arranged in small, intimate groups, reading evening papers or quietly murmuring to one another. Their voices blend into a soft, indistinct hum that is completely relaxing, like the sound of distant, gentle rain. The porter stops before a mahogany door near the very end of the hall. He turns the brass handle with a soft click and pushes the door open, revealing your private stateroom. You step inside, and the porter bows gently before pulling the door silently shut behind you, leaving you entirely alone in your tranquil sanctuary. The stateroom is a marvel of beautiful, compact design. The walls are painted a pristine, clean white, adorned with delicate hand-painted vines of green ivy. The centerpiece of the room is a magnificent, heavy brass bed, covered in a pristine, snow-white linen quilt and piled high with incredibly soft, feather-filled pillows. The sheets are immaculately crisp, smelling faintly of lavender and fresh river wind. Above the bed hangs a small, beautiful oil painting of a quiet, misty bayou. But the most incredible feature of the room is the far wall. It is not a solid wall, but rather a set of tall, louvered wooden doors that open completely. You walk over and slowly push them wide. They open onto a private covered balcony, completely shaded by the overhanging deck above. The balcony looks directly out over the massive, dark expanse of the Mississippi River. The heavy, warm, sweet-smelling night air immediately flows into the room, bringing with it the rhythmic, rising chorus of the cicadas from the distant shore. You step out onto the small wooden balcony and grip the smooth, white-painted railing. The night has fully settled now. The sky above the river is completely clear, an endless dome of deep, dark velvet scattered with millions of brilliant icy stars. The moon, a massive glowing silver orb, hangs low over the horizon, casting a long, shimmering path of pure silver light directly across the rippling surface of the dark water. Suddenly, a sound shatters the quiet night, but it is not an abrasive sound. It is a long, incredibly deep, mournful blast from the steamboat's massive brass whistle. Boo! The sound is so low and powerful that you can feel it vibrating through the wooden floorboards, rattling gently against your ribs. It is a majestic, lonely sound echoing out across the flat water, bouncing off the dense wall of trees on the shore, and slowly fading away into the humid night. Down below, you hear the heavy, muffled shouts of the deckhands. The massive hemp ropes are released. Deep within the belly of the ship, the massive steam engines awaken with a low, heavy, rumbling sigh. You feel the slow, deep vibration travel up through the structure of the boat. And then the paddle wheel begins to move. Thump, splash, thump, splash. The massive wooden planks strike the water with a heavy, deeply satisfying metronomic rhythm. The boat shudders incredibly gently, a soft, slow vibration, and begins to pull away from the wooden dock. You watch as the dark, muddy bank of the levee slowly recedes into the shadows. The steamboat turns its grand, elegant bow toward the center of the massive river, aligning itself with the current. Once the boat hits the deep main channel of the Mississippi, the engines settle into a steady, hypnotic, cruising rhythm. The paddle wheel turns continuously, churning the black water into a glowing silver foam beneath the moonlight. The sound is completely intoxicating. It is a slow, rhythmic, rushing sound, absolutely constant and perfectly spaced. Thump, splash, thump, splash, thump, splash. It is the pulse of the river, a mechanical lullaby that effortlessly commands your heartbeat to slow down and match its heavy, relaxed pace. You pull a small, beautifully woven wicker chair close to the railing and sit down. The warm southern breeze blowing off the river gently caresses your face. It is incredibly heavy air, carrying the humidity of the deep south, feeling exactly like a warm, comforting blanket draped over your shoulders. You simply sit and watch the dark, silent world glide by. The riverbanks are shrouded in complete darkness, a solid towering wall of ancient trees. Every now and then you pass a small solitary lantern glowing weakly from a tiny hidden cabin on the shore, a tiny speck of humanity in the vast, overwhelming wilderness. But mostly it is just the water, the moon, and the deep rhythmic breathing of the steamboat. The sheer size of the river makes the progress of the massive boat feel incredibly slow, almost as if you're barely moving at all, just floating gently in a state of suspended animation. The soft amber light from the oil lamps on the deck casts long, slow-moving shadows across the wooden floor. You listen to the sounds of the boat, the deep, heavy rumbling of the engine far below, the soft, rhythmic creaking of the ornate woodwork swaying gently with the movement of the river, the continuous rushing of the water sliding past the hull. It all blends together into a symphony of absolute peace. You feel a profound heaviness settling into your limbs. Your arms resting on the arms of the wicker chair feel as though they are made of lead. The tension in your neck and shoulders, completely forgotten, melts away, leaving your muscles completely loose and slack. The hypnotic, repeating rhythm of the paddle wheel is doing its work, slowly, gently, pulling your consciousness down, 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 into a state of pure, untroubled relaxation. You slowly stand up from the wicker chair, leaving the louvered doors wide open so that the heavy, sweet river breeze can continue to wash over the room. You walk over to the massive brass bed and pull back the crisp, pristine white sheets. You slide beneath them. The mattress is astonishingly soft, dipping and molding instantly to the shape of your tired body. The feather pillows rise up around your head, incredibly plush and supportive. You lie flat on your back, staring up at the darkened ceiling of the stateroom. The faint silver light of the moon reflects off the river outside, casting soft, rippling patterns of light across the ceiling. They dance and sway with the gentle rocking motion of the boat, up and down, side to side, an incredibly slow, cradling movement. You close your eyes. The darkness behind your eyelids is warm and safe. The heavy, rhythmic thump splash of the massive paddle wheel beating against the river fills the entire room. You focus entirely on that sound. You let your breathing fall into perfectly synchronized harmony with it. You breathe in slow and deep as the paddle lifts from the water, and you breathe out in a long, soft sigh as the heavy wood strikes the river again. The great floating palace continues its slow, majestic journey down the wide, dark ribbon of the Mississippi. The ancient trees watch silently from the shore. The thick Spanish moss sways gently in the warm night air. The entire southern world is quiet, wrapped in a deep, heavy, humid slumber. The vibrations of the steam engine seep deep into your bones, unwinding every single lingering thread of thought in your mind. You are entirely safe, entirely comfortable, floating effortlessly on the current of time. There is nowhere you need to be. There is nothing you need to do. There is only the river, the night, and the slow, heavy, beautiful descent into a deep, dreamless, and perfectly peaceful sleep. All is completely calm. All is wonderfully heavy, and all is completely, completely still. The deep, heavy darkness of the southern night eventually gives way to the incredibly soft, pearlescent gray of a damp river morning. You awake inside the luxurious, mahogany-paneled stateroom of the great steamboat just as the first gentle rays of the sun begin to peek through the louvered wooden doors of your private balcony. The air in the room is still wonderfully warm and thick, carrying the faint, sweet memory of the night-blooming jasmine from the riverbanks. The massive, rhythmic thump-splash of the great red paddle wheel has slowed down to a gentle, lethargic crawl, a soft, sleepy rotation that barely disturbs the glassy surface of the water. You lie completely still beneath the pristine white sheets and the heavy feather quilt, letting your eyes adjust to the soft, hazy morning light. You slowly push yourself up from the incredibly soft, sinking mattress and walk barefoot toward the open balcony doors. The wooden floorboards are smooth and pleasantly warm beneath your feet. As you step out into the damp morning air, the sight before you is breathtakingly serene. The massive Mississippi River is completely blanketed in a thick, rolling layer of pure white morning fog. The fog is so dense that the opposite bank is entirely hidden from view, making it feel as though the steamboat is floating alone in the clouds, drifting through a quiet, ethereal dream. The water right below the balcony is a deep, murky green, swirling gently with the slow, ancient current. A solitary white egret glides silently through the mist, its long, graceful wings barely making a sound as it disappears into the heavy white veil. Down below, the deep, rumbling steam whistle blows one final, incredibly soft, muffled note, a gentle exhalation of breath that signals the end of the long night's journey. The boat glides with agonizingly slow grace toward a sleepy, fog-drenched river town. The heavy hemp ropes are tossed over the side with a soft thud, securing the floating palace to the old, weathered wooden docks. The massive engines deep within the hull give one last, low shudder and then fall completely silent. The profound quiet that follows is heavy and complete, broken only by the soft, rhythmic lapping of the river water against the massive wooden hull. You have arrived safely. You are entirely at peace. But the vast, sweeping tapestry of the American landscape is far too magnificent to let our journey end here, in the humid, low-lying embrace of the Delta. As you stand on the balcony, watching the white fog slowly swirl and dance over the water, you feel that familiar, deeply comforting, dreamlike transition beginning to wash over your senses. The heavy, damp warmth of the southern river air slowly begins to lift, evaporating into nothingness. The smell of the muddy water and the Spanish moss gently fades away. The soft, rhythmic rocking of the steamboat dissolves completely, leaving you standing on solid, immovable earth. Close your eyes and take a slow, deep breath. The air that fills your lungs now is entirely different. It is no longer thick and heavy. It is incredibly crisp, sharp, and brilliantly cool. It is the kind of air that instantly wakes up your mind while simultaneously soothing your soul. You open your eyes, and the foggy river has been entirely replaced by one of the most ancient, majestic, and deeply peaceful landscapes on the entire American continent. You're standing in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, high up in the rolling, endless peaks of the Blue Ridge, and it is the absolute peak of late October in the year 1895. The sheer explosion of color that surrounds you is almost impossible to comprehend. The mountains do not just rise into the sky. They roll, wave after wave of massive rounded peaks, stretching out toward the horizon exactly like a vast, frozen ocean. And every single inch of those mountains is covered in a dense, ancient forest that has turned into a staggering canvas of autumn fire. There are millions upon millions of trees, sturdy oaks, towering maples, sweet hickories, and ancient chestnuts, all painted in the most vivid, deeply saturated shades of deep crimson red, brilliant glowing gold, rich burnt orange, and soft, muted amber. The leaves shimmer and tremble in the gentle, cool mountain breeze, catching the bright, clear morning sunlight and making the entire world look as though it is glowing from within. You're standing on a small, rustic wooden train platform, built from rough-hewn pine logs that smell deeply of sweet tree sap and fresh mountain air. Waiting for you on the narrow-gauge iron tracks is not the grand, heavy, luxurious train of the flatlands, but a small, sturdy, beautiful mountain locomotive. It is painted a deep, rich forest green, trimmed with polished brass that gleams in the autumn sun. Attached to the back is a single, beautifully crafted passenger car, entirely open to the crisp air, with polished wooden benches and a roof to protect you from the falling leaves. You step up into the open car and take a seat on the smooth, curved wooden bench. There are no enclosed windows to separate you from the majestic world outside. You are entirely immersed in the environment. The conductor, a quiet, friendly man in a wool cap and a heavy flannel shirt, gives a gentle wave, and the small steam engine lets out a short, cheerful toot that echoes softly against the massive, colorful mountainsides. With a slight, gentle pull, the small train begins to move. It does not rush. It moves with a slow, agonizingly careful, deliberate pace, winding its way up the incredibly steep, curving tracks that hug the very edge of the mountain. The sound of the train is not the heavy, booming clack-clack of the cross-country railways, but rather a lighter, rhythmic, deeply mechanical chuff. Chuff, chuff, chuff. It is a hard-working, steady heartbeat that vibrates gently up through the wooden floorboards, a deeply soothing rhythm that instantly puts your mind at ease. As the train climbs higher and higher into the Blue Ridge, you are completely surrounded by the staggering beauty of the autumn forest. The tracks wind through deep, narrow gorges where the trees completely arch over the train, creating a magnificent glowing tunnel of red and gold leaves. As the train passes through, the gentle vibration of the engine shakes loose hundreds of brightly colored leaves. They drift down through the crisp air, spinning and twirling lazily in the sunlight like colorful snow, softly landing on the wooden floor of the open train car and dusting your shoulders in gold. The air up here smells absolutely incredible. It is a deeply complex, comforting aroma that defines the American autumn. You can smell the sharp, clean scent of the pine needles mixing with the rich, earthy, slightly sweet smell of the fallen leaves slowly returning to the soil. Beneath it all is the faint, distant, incredibly cozy scent of wood smoke, drifting up from invisible stone chimneys hidden somewhere deep within the sweeping valleys below. Every breath you take feels like drinking in the pure, undisturbed essence of the wilderness. You lean back against the smooth wooden bench, completely relaxed, letting the slow, rhythmic chuff, chuff, chuff of the engine lull you into a state of deep, heavy contentment. The train rounds a massive, sweeping curve, and suddenly the dense forest completely opens up on one side, revealing a view that instantly takes your breath away. You are looking down into a vast, sweeping valley known as a hollow in these parts. The valley floor is miles below, a patchwork quilt of small golden farms and tiny winding dirt roads. But the true magic of the Blue Ridge Mountains is what hangs in the air above the valley. In the cool morning air, a thick, heavy, incredibly soft layer of blue mist has settled between the rolling peaks. It is not a gray, dreary fog, but a vibrant, ethereal slate blue haze that clings to the ancient trees and settles into the deep crevices of the mountains. This is why they are called the Blue Ridge. The mist softens the edges of the world, making the distant peaks look like soft watercolor paintings, slowly fading into the clear blue sky. It is a landscape that demands absolute stillness, a place where time itself seems to slow down and eventually stop altogether. After a long, deeply mesmerizing climb, the small train slowly comes to a halt at the very top of the mountain ridge. You step down from the open car onto a bed of soft, crunchy, fallen leaves. The air is noticeably cooler up here, completely still and entirely silent. There are no carriage drivers waiting for you, only a slow, quiet, peaceful walk down a narrow, winding dirt path that leads deeper into the woods. You walk slowly, your boots making a deeply satisfying crunch, rustle, crunch, as they step on the thick carpet of dry autumn leaves. The sound is incredibly grounding, a slow, rhythmic connection to the ancient earth beneath your feet. Shafts of bright golden sunlight pierce through the thick canopy of red and orange leaves above, creating pools of warm light on the forest floor. You walk through these alternating patches of cool shade and warm sun, feeling a profound sense of isolation and complete safety. You are far away from the cities, far away from the oceans, far away from the deep rivers. You are in the very spine of the continent, protected by ancient stone and silent trees. At the end of the winding dirt path, nestled perfectly into a small level clearing overlooking the endless blue valleys, sits a magnificent sprawling mountain inn. It is not a place of formal stiff luxury, but rather a masterpiece of absolute rustic comfort. The entire structure is built from massive, hand-peeled chestnut logs, entirely weathered and smoothed by decades of mountain wind and rain. The roof is made of thick, dark cedar shingles, completely covered in patches of soft, velvety green moss. A massive fieldstone chimney, built from stones pulled directly from the nearby rivers, rises from the center of the roof, sending a thick, steady, comforting ribbon of white wood smoke up into the crisp blue sky. But the most inviting feature of the inn is the massive, wide wooden porch that wraps entirely around the building. The porch extends out over the very edge of the mountain ridge, offering an uninterrupted, sweeping view of the endless, mist-filled valleys below. Lined up perfectly along the edge of the porch are dozens of heavy, beautifully carved oak rocking chairs. They sit completely empty, completely still, waiting patiently for anyone who simply wishes to sit and watch the world go to sleep. You walk up the smooth, wide wooden steps. They creak softly under your weight, a deeply domestic, welcoming sound. You walk over to a large rocking chair positioned in the perfect, sun-drenched corner of the porch. Resting carefully on the seat is a thick, heavy, beautifully woven woolen blanket in deep shades of forest green and navy blue. You sit down in the heavy oak chair, pick up the thick blanket, and unfold it, completely draping it over your legs and tucking it securely around your sides. The wool is incredibly heavy, incredibly warm, instantly trapping your body heat and insulating you against the cool, biting mountain air. You place your hands on the smooth, worn wooden armrests, push back ever so slightly with your feet, and the heavy chair begins to move. Creak, rock, creak, rock. The sound of the wooden rockers against the solid wooden floorboards is absolutely mesmerizing. It is a slow, methodical, deeply rhythmic sound that perfectly mimics the beating of a slow, resting heart. The gentle, continuous backward and forward motion is exactly like being rocked in a massive, sturdy cradle. You sit there on the wide porch for hours, completely undisturbed, simply watching the slow, majestic transition of the mountain afternoon. The sun begins its long, incredibly slow descent toward the western horizon. As it drops lower in the sky, the light it casts changes from a bright, clear yellow to a deep, heavy, liquid gold. This golden hour light completely saturates the autumn leaves, making the reds look like glowing embers and the oranges look like bright, burning fire. The blue mist that fills the valleys begins to slowly rise, catching the golden light and turning the hollows into deep pools of shimmering, glowing amber. The silence of the mountain evening is profound, but it is not completely empty. As you rock slowly back and forth, you begin to hear the gentle, deeply soothing sounds of the Appalachian dusk. From a hidden branch somewhere in the canopy above, an owl lets out a long, low, incredibly soft hoo, hoo. It is a lonely, beautiful sound that echoes faintly across the valley. The wind picks up slightly, brushing through the millions of dry leaves with a sound exactly like a slow, rushing river, a soft, that washes over the porch and slowly fades away. And then, drifting out from the open double doors of the Grand Inn behind you, comes the faintest, most beautiful sound imaginable. Someone inside is sitting quietly by the fire, gently picking the strings of an old acoustic parlor guitar. The music is not fast or demanding. It is incredibly slow, melancholic, and deeply soothing. The individual notes ring out clear and bright in the crisp mountain air, a slow, melodic lullaby that perfectly matches the slow, gentle rhythm of your rocking chair. Creak, rock. A slow pluck of a string. Creak, rock. The sound of the wind in the leaves. It all blends together into a perfect symphony of absolute relaxation. The sun finally touches the jagged edge of the distant peaks. The sunset in the Blue Ridge is a massive, slow-moving event. The entire western sky erupts in brilliant shades of deep plum, burning magenta, soft rose, and eventually a deep, heavy, bruised violet. As the light fades, the temperature on the porch drops noticeably, but you're completely safe, completely insulated beneath the heavy, crushing warmth of the thick woolen blanket. The cold air brushing against your cheeks only makes the warmth of your body feel that much more profound and comforting. As the deep purple twilight finally gives way to the pitch-black darkness of the night, the first stars begin to appear over the mountains. Up here, where the air is completely thin, dry, and entirely untouched by the smoke of the cities, the stars do not just twinkle, they burn with a fierce, icy brilliance. The entire sky is dusted with millions of tiny glowing diamonds standing watch over the sleeping ancient peaks. The blue mist in the valleys settles down into complete darkness, a deep, silent ocean of shadows. You finally stop the slow, rhythmic rocking of the chair. You pull the heavy woolen blanket tight around your shoulders and stand up, your muscles feeling incredibly loose, heavy, and completely devoid of any tension. The crisp, cold night air has done its work, filling your lungs with pure oxygen and completely clearing your mind of every single lingering thought. You turn away from the dark, sweeping edge of the world and walk slowly toward the warm, amber glow spilling out from the open doors of the mountain inn. You step over the heavy wooden threshold, leaving the biting cold behind. The interior of the inn is a masterpiece of rustic warmth. The entire room is paneled in golden glowing pine. In the very center of the massive room is the source of the incredible heat. A gargantuan open stone fireplace, easily 10 feet across. Inside, massive logs of slow-burning oak and fragrant hickory are stacked high, crackling and popping with an intense, brilliant orange fire. The heat radiating from the hearth is incredibly powerful, a thick, heavy wave of pure comfort that washes over your chilled face and hands, instantly thawing you to the bone. The room smells deeply of the burning hickory mixed with the sweet scent of hot apple cider and cinnamon simmering quietly in a massive iron pot hanging near the flames. You walk slowly past the fire, soaking in the incredible warmth, and make your way up a wide, gently curving staircase made of heavy, solid logs. Your footsteps are slow, heavy, and completely silent on the thick woven wool runner that covers the stairs. You reach the top of the landing and walk down a short, quiet hallway, pushing open the heavy wooden door to your private mountain room. It is small, incredibly cozy, and wonderfully warm. The walls are made of thick, exposed logs, keeping the room completely soundproof and perfectly insulated from the mountain wind outside. In the corner sits a massive bed, built directly from the heavy branches of a cedar tree. It is piled impossibly high with thick, heavy quilts, each one hand-stitched by the women of the valley, filled with thick layers of dense, warm cotton. You undress in the warm, dim light of a single small kerosene lamp resting on the wooden nightstand. You pull back the massive layers of the quilts and slide beneath them. The weight of the blankets is astonishing. It is a heavy, crushing, deeply secure weight that presses down on your entire body, completely pinning you to the soft mattress. It feels exactly like a massive, continuous hug from the ancient mountains themselves. The sheets are soft, worn completely smooth from years of washing, and they smell faintly of fresh mountain wind and a dried lavender. You reach out a heavy, tired arm and turn the small brass knob on the kerosene lamp, completely extinguishing the tiny flickering flame. The room plunges into a deep, heavy, velvety darkness. The only light comes from the faint, silvery moonlight spilling through the small, frosty window pane, casting a soft, perfectly still square of light across the wide wooden floorboards. You lie flat on your back, completely surrendering to the incredible weight of the blankets. The silence inside the room is absolute. It is a deep, heavy, ringing silence, the kind of quiet that only exists in the very heart of the wilderness, miles and miles away from the nearest moving machine. The only sound in the entire world is the slow, deep, perfectly rhythmic sound of your own breathing, in slow and deep, pulling the cool, fresh air into your lungs, out long and slow, releasing every single ounce of remaining energy into the heavy air of the room. Your legs, buried deep beneath the quilts, feel as though they are made of warm, heavy lead. Your arms rest completely slack at your sides. Your chest rises and falls with a slow, mechanical certainty. The ancient rolling peaks of the Blue Ridge stand completely silent outside your window, massive sentinels guarding the night. They have stood in this exact spot for millions of years, perfectly peaceful, perfectly still. And right now, beneath the heavy, warm layers of the mountain quilts, you are a part of that perfect stillness. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. There is absolutely nowhere else you need to be. The fire downstairs continues to burn down into soft, glowing red embers. The wind outside whispers gently through the barren branches of the autumn trees. The world is incredibly heavy. The world is perfectly safe. And you are drifting slowly, gently, down into the deepest, most restorative slumber of your life. All is quiet in the mountains. All is completely, utterly still. The heavy, crushing darkness of the Appalachian night eventually begins to thin, giving way to a pale, frosty morning that sits silently over the ancient Blue Ridge Mountains. You awaken very slowly, rising from the profound, dreamless depths of slumber, as if pulling yourself up through a thick, warm pool of liquid amber. The air inside the small, rustic log room is incredibly cold now. It is that sharp, pristine, deeply refreshing mountain cold that makes every single breath feel like drawing pure, icy crystal into your lungs. Yet, beneath the staggering weight of the hand-stitched quilts, you are a furnace of trapped, insulated warmth. You lie perfectly still, feeling the absolute boundary between the freezing air of the room and the heavy protective cocoon that wraps completely around your resting body. You turn your head against the incredibly soft, feather-stuffed pillow. The small square window pane beside the heavy cedar bed is completely obscured by an intricate, sprawling forest of white ice crystals. The frost has grown thick during the long, silent night, creating delicate, sweeping patterns that look exactly like the massive fern leaves on the forest floor, frozen perfectly in place. Through the very center of the glass, where the faintest warmth has managed to keep a tiny patch clear, you can see the sky transforming. The deep, bruised purple of the pre-dawn is slowly melting away, replaced by a soft, glowing, pearlescent pink that stretches out over the endless peaks. With a long, slow exhalation that plumes into a white cloud of steam in the cool air, you finally push the massive, heavy layers of the quilts aside. The cold air bites instantly at your shoulders, but it is an invigorating, deeply awakening sensation. You swing your legs over the side of the bed, your bare feet meeting the smooth, wide pine floorboards. They are freezing, sending a sharp, pleasant shock of wakefulness all the way up your spine. You quickly pull on your thick, heavy woolen socks, feeling the rough, warm fibers instantly go to work against the chill. You dress quietly, the only sound in the room, the soft, muffled rustle of heavy fabric. You walk to the heavy wooden door, unlatch the iron hook with a dull clink, and step out into the hallway. The grand inn is completely silent, save for the slow, familiar creak of the floorboards beneath your feet. As you descend the massive, curving log staircase, the smell of the night before rises to greet you. The gargantuan stone fireplace in the center of the main room has burned completely down. Where there was once a roaring, brilliant orange fire, there is now only a massive, deep bed of soft, powdery white ash, with a few tiny, pulsing red embers hiding deep within, still radiating the faintest, gentlest ghost of heat. The room smells deeply of cold wood smoke, sweet hickory, and ancient stone. You walk past the quiet hearth, and step out through the heavy double doors onto the massive wraparound wooden porch. The air hits you like a solid wall of crisp mountain purity. The view is absolutely staggering. The deep rolling valleys below are completely filled with a massive, motionless ocean of thick, white morning fog. It looks exactly as if the entire world had been blanketed in heavy white cotton. Only the very highest peaks of the mountains poke through the fog, rising like dark, ancient islands in a completely silent white sea. You take a deep breath, filling your lungs with the sharp scent of the pine trees and the damp, earthy smell of the autumn leaves, before turning back toward the wooden steps. A slow, gentle carriage ride takes you back down the steep, winding mountain paths, the wooden wheels crunching rhythmically over the frozen dirt, and the thick carpet of fallen golden leaves. The descent is smooth, rhythmic, and incredibly peaceful, lulling you back into a state of deep, heavy relaxation. But as the carriage gently sways back and forth, you feel the atmosphere around you beginning to undergo a profound, mesmerizing shift. The crisp, biting cold of the mountain air slowly begins to soften, losing its sharp, icy edge. The vibrant, glowing reds and golds of the Appalachian autumn begin to fade, dissolving into a completely different palette of ancient muted colors. The heavy, damp earth beneath the carriage wheels dries out, turning into a fine, soft powder. The transition is exactly like falling into a deep, beautiful dream. You simply close your eyes, let your head rest against the soft leather of the carriage seat, and allow the vast, sweeping currents of the American continent to carry you thousands of miles away. When you finally open your eyes, the world has entirely transformed. You have left the dense, towering green forests and the freezing mountain peaks completely behind. You're now in the late 1890s, sitting under the impossibly huge, unblinking sky of the American Southwest. Specifically, you have arrived in the vast, silent, deeply ancient expanse of the New Mexico Territory. The first thing that strikes you is the sheer, incomprehensible scale of the sky. It is no longer just a canopy above you. It is a massive, towering dome that stretches from horizon to horizon, painted in a shade of blue so intense, so flawless, and so deeply saturated that it almost looks like liquid turquoise. There is not a single cloud to break the infinite expanse. Beneath this massive sky lies a landscape that is profoundly open, a flat, sweeping desert floor, covered in soft, sage-green scrub brush and low, twisted juniper trees. In the distance, rising abruptly from the flat earth like ancient, silent fortresses, are massive, flat-topped mesas. Their sheer rock walls are banded in spectacular, earthy colors, deep rust, burnt ochre, pale pink, and a soft, dusty lavender that seems to glow in the harsh, bright sunlight. The air here is a revelation. It is completely, utterly dry. There is not a single trace of the heavy southern humidity or the damp, biting mountain fog. It is a warm, arid heat that feels exactly like stepping into a gentle, massive, sun-baked oven. The heat does not oppress you. Instead, it immediately goes to work on your body, seeping deep into your muscles, completely baking away every single ounce of lingering tension, soreness, and cold. The air smells absolutely incredible, a sweet, sharp, deeply medicinal scent of wild sagebrush mixed with the dusty, ancient aroma of baked red earth and sun-warmed stone. You're traveling across this vast, silent ocean of sand and rock, not in a train, but in a heavy, beautifully constructed stagecoach, suspended on thick, massive straps of layered leather known as thorough braces. Because there are no metal springs, the coach does not bounce harshly over the rough, sandy trail. Instead, it swings. It moves with a slow, heavy, continuous forward and backward rocking motion that feels exactly like being in a small wooden boat on a gentle rolling sea. Squeak, rock, squeak, rock. The sound of the thick leather straps pulling and stretching under the weight of the coach is a deep, rhythmic, deeply comforting, mechanical lullaby. The coach is pulled by a team of 4 strong, steady horses. The sound of their hooves is muffled by the soft, deep red sand of the trail. There is no sharp clip-clop here. Instead, it is a soft, heavy, perfectly synchronized thud, 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 thud. The steady rhythm of the hooves, combined with the slow, sweeping rock of the leather suspension, creates an atmosphere of total, unavoidable relaxation. You sit inside the dark, shaded interior of the coach, the heavy leather curtains pulled back just enough to let the warm, dry breeze flow through. You gaze out the small window, mesmerized by the passing landscape. The Southwest is a place of profound, echoing silence. It is not the muffled, heavy silence of the snowy woods. It is a vast, empty silence that makes you feel incredibly small, yet completely, deeply protected. As the coach rolls slowly past a towering, jagged rock formation, you notice the incredible textures of the stone. It has been carved by millions of years of wind and rare violent rain, smoothed into beautiful sweeping curves and sharp dramatic spires. Time moves completely differently out here. A human lifetime is nothing but a single grain of sand blowing across the desert floor. The massive mesas have stood here, watching the sun rise and set for eons, and they project a feeling of absolute, unshakable permanence. As the long, hot afternoon slowly stretches on, the blazing sun begins its steady descent toward the western horizon. The transition from day to evening in the high desert is one of the most spectacular, mesmerizing events in the natural world. As the sun drops lower, the harsh, bright, bleaching light of the afternoon completely softens, turning into a thick, heavy, liquid gold. This golden hour light strikes the towering red rock mesas, making them look as though they have suddenly caught fire. The bands of rust and ochre glow with an intense internal heat. The shadows, which were short and sharp during the day, begin to stretch out across the desert floor, growing incredibly long and painting the sand in deep, cool shades of indigo and violet. You watch, completely hypnotized, as the colors of the earth slowly shift and change before your very eyes. The rhythmic squeak, rock of the carriage slows down just a fraction as the horses begin to tire, their heavy hooves dragging just a bit more through the soft red sand. Finally, the coach rounds the base of a massive, towering sandstone bluff and slowly enters a deep, wide, deeply shaded canyon. The temperature drops almost instantly as you pass out of the direct sunlight and into the cool, dark shadow of the canyon walls. The air here is completely still, and the sweet scent of the sagebrush is suddenly joined by a new, incredibly comforting aroma. It is the smell of wood smoke, but not the hickory or pine of the mountains. This is the incredibly distinct, sweet, deeply resinous smell of burning pine. It is a fragrance so rich and welcoming that it instantly makes your heavy eyelids flutter and droop. Nestled perfectly into the back wall of the canyon completely sheltered from the wind and the harsh elements, sits a sprawling ancient structure. It is a traditional southwestern hacienda built entirely out of adobe, massive bricks made from a mixture of deep red earth, water, and dried straw, baked to a rock-hard finish in the desert sun. The architecture is beautiful in its simplicity. There are no sharp corners or jagged edges. Every wall is smooth, rounded, and perfectly blended into the earth itself, making the building look as though it simply grew out of the ground. The adobe is plastered in a soft, earthy shade of terracotta that perfectly matches the surrounding canyon walls. The heavy stagecoach rolls to a slow, creaking halt in front of massive, heavy wooden gates built from ancient weathered cedar. You step down from the carriage, your boots sinking softly into the dusty red earth. The sheer silence of the canyon is absolute. The journey across the desert is over. You walk slowly toward the heavy gates. They are pushed open from the inside by a quiet, welcoming host, dressed in soft, woven cotton. You step over the threshold and enter the inner courtyard of the hacienda. The contrast between the vast, dry, open desert outside and the cool, deeply shaded oasis inside is breathtaking. The courtyard is entirely enclosed by the thick, towering adobe walls. These massive walls are incredible insulators. They completely absorb the harsh heat of the day, keeping the interior deeply, wonderfully cool, and they swallow every single sound from the outside world. The silence inside the courtyard is so thick and heavy that it almost feels like a physical blanket wrapping around your shoulders. In the very center of the courtyard, sitting on a bed of smooth river stones, is a small, beautiful tiered fountain. A gentle, steady stream of crystal clear water bubbles up from the top and cascades down into the basin below. Splish, splash, trickle, splash. It is an incredibly delicate musical sound. In the complete echoing silence of the thick adobe walls, the soft, continuous trickling of the water is the most relaxing sound you have ever heard. It is a slow, rhythmic, liquid lullaby that instantly cools your mind and washes away the dust of the long journey. Surrounding the fountain are lush green desert plants, spiky agaves, flowering yucca, and massive twisting vines of bright purple bougainvillea that climb lazily up the smooth, rounded terracotta walls. You stand in the courtyard for a long moment, just listening to the soft trickle of the water and feeling the cool, shadowed air pressing against your skin. The tension in your neck, your back, and your heavy legs completely melts away, sinking down into the smooth stone tiles beneath your feet. You're led across the courtyard, moving slowly under the deep shade of a long wooden overhang. The host stops in front of a heavy, solid wood door carved with beautiful, simple geometric patterns. The door opens with a soft, solid thud, and you are welcomed into your private sanctuary. The interior of the adobe room is a masterpiece of dark, cool, heavy comfort. The walls are incredibly thick, completely painted in a stark, clean white plaster that gently reflects the dim light. The ceiling is supported by massive, heavy, round wooden beams known as vigas, stripped completely of their bark and aged to a deep, rich chocolate brown. The floor is made of perfectly smooth, dark red clay tiles that feel wonderfully cool and solid beneath your feet. Tucked perfectly into the far corner of the room is a traditional kiva fireplace. It is not square like the mountain hearths. It is a beautiful, smooth, beehive-shaped structure made of the same white adobe as the walls. Inside this small rounded opening, a fire has already been carefully built. Small, thick logs of heavily charred pinon pine are burning with a bright, intense, beautiful orange flame. The fire crackles with a sharp, incredibly satisfying snap, pop, hiss. The smell of the burning pinon fills the entire room, sweet, heavy, and deeply intoxicating. It is an aroma that instantly signals to your brain that you're safe, you're sheltered, and it is time to completely let go. In the center of the room sits a massive, heavy wooden bed frame built from deeply scarred dark walnut. It is covered not in feather quilts, but in incredibly thick, heavy hand-woven Navajo blankets. The wool is tightly spun and woven into magnificent, complex geometric patterns in deep shades of crimson, black, white, and a beautiful, striking turquoise. You walk over to the small, deep-set window. The wall is so thick that the windowsill is wide enough to sit on. You rest your hands on the smooth, cool plaster and look out through the glass. The desert night has arrived with an incredible swiftness. The moment the sun completely dipped behind the massive canyon walls, the heavy, baking heat of the day instantly vanished, drawn straight up into the clear, endless atmosphere. The air outside is now dropping rapidly into a deep, sharp, biting cold. But you are completely insulated. The massive adobe walls absorb the heat of the blazing sun all day long, and now, in the freezing desert night, they are slowly, gently radiating that deep stored warmth back into the room. It is a heavy, ambient, invisible heat that wraps around you from all sides, perfectly complementing the sharp, bright warmth radiating from the pinon fire in the corner. You slowly undress, leaving your dusty clothes folded over a heavy wooden chair. The cool air of the room brushes against your skin for just a moment before you walk over to the massive bed. You pull back the heavy, brilliantly colored woven blankets and slide beneath them. The sheets are made of heavy, raw cotton, feeling incredibly soft and deeply organic against your tired body. The weight of the tight wool blankets is astonishing. It is a firm, heavy, completely uniform pressure that presses you firmly down into the thick, supportive mattress. It feels exactly like the earth itself is reaching up to hold you securely in place. You lie flat on your back, staring up at the massive, dark wooden vigas crossing the ceiling. The fire in the kiva casts a soft, warm, flickering orange glow across the white plaster walls. The light dances and sways, stretching and shrinking the shadows of the heavy wooden beams in a slow, hypnotic, perfectly silent rhythm. The silence of the adobe room is unlike anything else in the world. The walls are so incredibly thick that they allow absolutely no sound from the outside world to penetrate. There is no wind howling, no trees rustling, no water crashing. There is only the incredibly profound ringing silence of the desert, broken only by the soft, steady, rhythmic pop, crackle asterisk of the sweet-smelling pinon fire. You close your eyes. The heavy, warm darkness instantly folds over you. Your entire body feels incredibly heavy, exactly like sinking into the soft, warm red sand of the desert floor. Your legs, completely exhausted from the long journey, go entirely slack. The deep, aching tension in your shoulders evaporates, floating away into the warm air of the room like the sweet smoke from the fire. Your arms rest heavily at your sides, sinking deeper and deeper into the soft cotton sheets. Your breathing begins to slow down. naturally falling into a perfect deep rhythm. You breathe in the thick, sweet, heavy scent of the pine, completely filling your lungs. You breathe out a long, slow, silent sigh, letting go of the day, letting go of the journey, letting go of every single thought that remains in your mind. The fire pops softly in the corner, a tiny comforting reminder that you are warm and completely protected. Outside the thick walls, the vast, ancient desert stretches out for thousands of miles. The massive, flat-topped mesas stand like silent giants beneath a canopy of a billion glittering, icy stars. The cold wind sweeps across the dry, dusty earth, completely undisturbed. The world is incredibly vast, deeply ancient, and perfectly, absolutely peaceful. And here, hidden away deep within the protective, warm embrace of the canyon, wrapped tightly in heavy woven wool, you are drifting away. You're sinking down, down, down into a heavy, unbroken, deeply comforting sleep. The light of the fire slowly fades into a deep, glowing red. The air is warm, the silence is perfect, and the ancient desert is holding you in a state of absolute, total, and complete stillness. The deep, heavy, absolute stillness of the southwestern desert night slowly begins to lift, surrendering to the quiet, creeping arrival of the morning. Inside the thick, protective adobe walls of your room, the transition from night to day is incredibly soft, a slow, gentle fading of shadows rather than a sudden burst of light. The small beehive-shaped kiva fireplace in the corner has burned completely down through the long, silent hours. Where there was once a bright, snapping fire of pinon pine, there is now only a soft, glowing mound of powdery gray ash holding on to the very last faint red embers of the night. The incredibly sweet, rich, resinous smell of the pine smoke still lingers heavily in the still air, a comforting, grounding aroma that has seeped into the very plaster of the walls. You lie perfectly still beneath the immense comforting weight of the hand-woven Navajo blankets. The thick wool presses down on you from all sides, creating an absolute seal of warmth against the sharply dropping temperature of the high desert morning. Outside these massive walls, the air is freezing, crisp, and completely dry, but inside, the adobe is still radiating the soft captured heat of yesterday's sun. You slowly open your eyes, looking up at the heavy, dark wooden vigas crossing the ceiling. The first pale, delicate rays of the morning sun are just beginning to filter through the deep-set window, casting a perfect, glowing square of dusty light across the smooth, dark red terracotta floor tiles. With a slow, deep breath that fills your lungs with the sweet, smoky air, you gently push the heavy layers of woven wool down to your waist. The cool air of the room brushes against your skin, a sharp, deeply refreshing sensation that instantly clears the last lingering wisps of sleep from your mind. You swing your legs over the side of the massive dark walnut bed frame, your bare feet stepping on to the incredibly smooth, cool clay tiles. You stand up, your muscles feeling wonderfully loose, completely rested and completely devoid of the heavy aches of travel. You dress quietly in the dim, peaceful light and walk toward the heavy, carved wooden door. You turn the forged iron handle. It opens with a soft, solid thwump, and you step out into the enclosed courtyard of the hacienda. The beauty of the desert morning completely takes your breath away. The sky above the courtyard is no longer the deep, icy black of the night. It has transformed into a breathtaking, sweeping canvas of soft apricot, bruised lavender, and a brilliant, glowing pale gold. The air is sharply cold, completely still, and unbelievably pure. In the center of the courtyard, the small tiered stone fountain continues its endless rhythmic song. Trickle, splash, blip, splash, dot asterisk. The sound is incredibly delicate in the heavy silence, a liquid melody that seems to wash the quiet courtyard clean. Dot. You stand there for a long time, simply watching the morning light slowly slide down the smooth terracotta-colored adobe walls, illuminating the massive purple blooms of the bougainvillea vines. But the vast, endless timeline of the American story is always waiting, gently urging you to drift toward the next quiet sanctuary. A carriage waits for you beyond the heavy cedar gates. You walk out into the crisp morning air, climb into the plush leather interior, and the horses begin a slow, rhythmic walk away from the massive, flat-topped mesas. As the carriage sways back and forth, squeak, rock, you feel that deeply familiar, heavy, dreamlike state beginning to wash over you once again. The dry, dusty scent of the desert sagebrush slowly begins to fade. The brilliant pale gold of the southwestern sunrise softens, melting away into a completely different kind of light. The warmth of the desert earth dissolves, replaced by a deep, profound, and beautifully silent chill. You simply close your eyes, letting the rhythmic rocking of the carriage carry you completely out of the desert, floating seamlessly across the great sweeping expanse of the country. When you finally open your eyes, the dry, sandy earth of New Mexico has completely vanished. You have traveled far to the northeast, arriving in a world of staggering, quiet wealth and profound, insulated isolation. It is the very heart of the Gilded Age, the late 1880s, and you are deep in the Hudson River Valley of upstate New York. The carriage you're in has changed. It is now a beautiful enclosed winter brougham, painted a deep gleaming midnight blue, its wooden wheels trading the red desert sand for the soft, completely silent crunch of deep, fresh snow. You look out the small, frosted glass window. You're in the middle of a massive, silent, heavy snowstorm. The flakes are not small and scattered. They're massive, thick, heavy clumps of pure white snow falling from a solid, pale gray sky with a slow, agonizingly beautiful grace. The sheer volume of the snow has completely blanketed the world, swallowing every single sound, turning the landscape into a massive, hushed, white sanctuary. The carriage is slowly winding its way up a long, curving, private driveway lined with towering, ancient elm trees. Their massive, dark, twisting branches are completely coated in a thick layer of bright white powder, forming a stunning natural archway over the road. Through the falling snow, you can barely make out the dark, frozen expanse of the massive Hudson River in the valley below, its surface entirely locked in thick, gray ice. Finally, emerging through the veil of the heavy snow, the destination reveals itself. Sitting perfectly at the top of the sweeping hill is a breathtaking, monumental estate. It is a massive, sprawling mansion built entirely of heavy, dark, rough-hewn gray limestone. It features soaring slate roofs, tall, narrow-leaded glass windows, and towering stone chimneys that are currently puffing thick, continuous plumes of warm white wood smoke into the freezing gray sky. It is a fortress of complete, unimaginable comfort, designed to keep the harsh, freezing winters of the Northeast completely at bay. The carriage pulls up under a massive, arched stone portico. The horses stop with a soft, muffled jingle of their harnesses. The heavy wooden door of the carriage is opened by a quiet, impeccably dressed attendant in a long, dark wool coat. You step out onto the stone driveway. The cold air here is entirely different from the desert. It is heavy, damp, and smells incredibly clean, carrying the sharp, metallic scent of the freezing snow and the deep, rich, comforting aroma of burning oak. You walk up the wide, sweeping stone steps toward the grand entrance of the mansion. The massive front doors, made of solid, dark mahogany and reinforced with heavy black iron, are pulled open. You step over the threshold and the heavy doors are instantly pushed completely shut behind you, sealing with a deep, echoing thud. The moment the doors close, the freezing, snowy world outside ceases to exist. You are immediately enveloped in a wave of profound, heavy, incredibly luxurious warmth. You're standing in the grand foyer of the estate. The floor beneath your feet is a stunning, intricate mosaic of black and white marble, polished to a mirror-like shine. The walls are completely paneled in rich, dark walnut, carved with beautiful, complex floral patterns that climb all the way up to the towering coffered ceiling. The air in the foyer smells of expensive beeswax polish, fresh pine boughs that have been draped softly over the grand staircase, and the faint, sweet scent of a distant burning fire. A quiet butler, moving with completely silent practiced grace, steps forward and gently takes your heavy winter coat, your gloves, and your hat, whisking them away into a hidden cloakroom. He bows slightly, a completely silent gesture, and extends his hand, guiding you down a long, wide, beautifully carpeted hallway. Your footsteps are completely muffled by the incredibly thick, plush, deep red Persian runner that stretches all the way down the corridor. The hallway is dimly lit by soft, glowing, frosted glass gas lamps mounted on the dark wooden walls, casting a warm, amber, perfectly even light that completely soothes your eyes. As you walk deeper into the massive stone house, you feel the sheer weight of the architecture completely wrapping around you. The walls are feet thick. The floors are solid. There is absolutely no draft, no sound of the wind, no intrusion from the outside world. It is the ultimate expression of safety. At the very end of the long hallway, the butler stops in front of a pair of towering, incredibly heavy double doors, covered in dark green, tufted leather. He reaches out, turns the polished brass handles, and pushes the massive doors inward. They open without a single sound, completely perfectly balanced on their heavy brass hinges. You step through the doorway and into what might be the most beautiful, deeply comforting room in the entire country. You have entered the estate's massive private library. The scale of the room is staggering. It is 2 stories high, built entirely of rich, dark, glowing mahogany. The walls are completely lined, from the solid wood floor all the way up to the painted ceiling, with perfectly organized, towering bookshelves. They hold tens of thousands of books. In the late 19th century, books were not just reading material, they were works of art. The shelves are filled with massive, heavy volumes bound in deep red, emerald green, and rich, dark brown Moroccan leather. The spines are heavily embossed with intricate, shining gold leaf, completely catching and reflecting the warm, ambient light of the room. A delicate, beautiful spiral staircase made of dark, wrought iron stands in the corner of the room, leading up to a completely wraparound wooden balcony that allows access to the highest shelves. In the center of the vast room sits a massive, beautifully carved wooden globe mapping the world exactly as it was known in the Gilded Age. But the true heart of the library, the absolute center of its gravity, is located at the far end of the room. There, set into the dark wooden paneling, is a colossal, intricately carved fireplace made of pure dark green marble. It is an absolute masterpiece of craftsmanship. Inside the massive hearth, a fire of staggering proportions is burning perfectly. Massive logs of dried, seasoned oak and maple are stacked high, engulfed in completely steady, brilliantly warm golden-orange flames. The fire does not roar aggressively. Instead, it burns with a slow, heavy, deeply hypnotic crack, hiss, pop. Arranged perfectly in front of this magnificent fire are two massive, incredibly plush wingback chairs, completely upholstered in deep, worn, incredibly soft burgundy leather. Between them sits a small, dark wood side table holding a beautiful painted porcelain lamp with a soft green glass shade that casts a completely perfect, focused pool of warm light downward. You walk slowly across the room, taking in the incredible scent of the library. It is a highly specific, deeply intoxicating perfume. It is the dry, dusty, slightly sweet scent of aging paper, mixed with the rich, heavy smell of the leather bindings, the sweet, dark aroma of the burning oak, and a faint, lingering trace of old pipe tobacco. It is a smell that instantly lowers your heart rate, a smell that speaks of complete intellectual peace, deep isolation, and entirely unhurried time. You walk over to the massive leather wingback chair on the right side of the hearth. The chair is angled perfectly so that you can feel the maximum amount of completely direct heavy heat radiating from the burning logs. You slowly turn around and sink into the chair. The moment your body touches the leather, you realize it is the most comfortable seat you have ever experienced. The thick, plush cushions completely give way, perfectly swallowing your weight and completely molding to the exact shape of your back and shoulders. The high, curved wings of the chair wrap around the sides of your head, completely insulating you, perfectly blocking out the rest of the massive room and creating a tiny, completely private, intensely warm micro-environment just for you. You stretch your legs out toward the massive marble hearth. The heat from the fire hits your feet and shins, completely washing over you in thick, heavy, invisible waves. It is a completely different heat than the desert sun. It is a heavy, domestic, incredibly secure warmth that completely sinks right through your clothes, right through your skin, and settles completely deeply into your resting bones. You look toward the massive, towering windows on the wall to your left. The curtains, made of incredibly heavy dark green velvet, have been pulled back just enough to reveal the outside world. The tall leaded glass panes are completely dark now, the late afternoon having surrendered fully to the early winter evening. But just outside the glass, illuminated completely perfectly by the soft light spilling from the library, you can see the massive, heavy snowstorm continuing to fall. Millions upon millions of thick, silent white flakes drift lazily down from the absolute darkness, burying the stone terraces, burying the ancient trees, burying the entire world in complete, absolute silence. The contrast between the freezing, swirling dark chaos of the winter storm outside the thin glass and the incredibly heavy, completely perfectly still, intensely warm golden sanctuary inside the library is overwhelming. It makes you feel unimaginably safe. Nothing from the outside world can touch you here. The heavy stone walls, the dark wood, the burning fire. They are completely protecting you. As you sink deeper and deeper into the soft burgundy leather, you become aware of a sound. In the deep, heavy silence of the massive library, it is a sound that sets the completely perfect rhythm of the room. Tucked away in the shadows of the far corner stands an incredibly tall, completely magnificent antique grandfather clock built of dark mahogany and polished brass. The long, heavy brass pendulum swings completely perfectly behind the glass door. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It is a deep, resonant, incredibly heavy sound. It is not the fast, frantic ticking of a modern watch. It is a slow, deeply deliberate, majestic heartbeat. The sound of the clock completely anchors the room. It measures out the quiet, isolated moments of the evening with absolute, completely unwavering certainty. You reach out your heavy, tired hand toward the small wooden side table next to your chair. Resting perfectly under the soft, green glow of the porcelain lamp is a beautiful, heavy, leather-bound book. You pick it up. The weight of the book in your hands is incredibly satisfying. A heavy, solid object of completely, perfectly preserved history. The leather is completely smooth and entirely soft from decades of careful use. You open the book completely, slowly, letting it rest perfectly across your lap. The heavy, thick pages are edged in faded gold. As you turn the very first page, the paper makes a completely soft, deeply rich, incredibly satisfying swoosh, rustle. You turn another page, swoosh, rustle, dot, asterisk. The sound is completely beautiful, a slow, tactile, completely rhythmic interaction that perfectly complements the ticking of the massive clock and the crackling of the warm fire. You do not even read the words. You simply look at the beautiful, completely perfect, dark typography printed onto the thick, creamy, pale ivory paper. You let your eyes slowly, completely trace the completely elegant looping letters moving slowly from the left side of the page to the right, over and over again. The soft green-tinted light from the lamp illuminates the page completely, perfectly, casting no harsh shadows, completely, entirely soothing your tired eyes. The intense, heavy heat from the massive oak logs in the fireplace completely continues to wash over you, steadily raising the temperature in your small, completely private, leather-winged sanctuary. Your entire body feels incredibly heavy, completely weighed down by the profound comfort of the room. Your arms, resting completely slack on the wide, padded leather armrests, feel exactly as though they are made of warm, completely heavy stone. Your legs are entirely relaxed, completely stretched out toward the glowing orange embers. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The rhythm of the massive grandfather clock begins to perfectly synchronize completely with your own breathing. You take a slow, deep breath of the heavy, completely sweet, paper-scented air as the pendulum swings to the left, and you let out a long, completely slow, silent sigh as it completely swings back to the right. The ticking completely hypnotizes you, entirely drawing your focus completely away from any lingering thoughts, completely pulling you down into the completely absolute present moment. You slowly close the heavy leather book. The pages fall together with a completely soft, heavy, muffled thump. You let your hands rest completely softly, entirely, on the top of the smooth leather cover in your lap. You let your head fall completely back against the soft, completely, perfectly worn leather of the wingback chair. The wings of the chair completely perfectly cradle your head, completely holding it entirely securely in place. You look toward the towering window one last time. The snow, is completely falling harder now. A completely massive, entirely silent white wall, completely burying the night. The heavy velvet curtains completely perfectly frame the cold darkness, completely entirely highlighting the absolute safety of the completely warm golden room. Your eyelids become entirely incredibly heavy. They completely flutter, entirely slowly, completely heavily, completely perfectly struggling to stay open against the overwhelming, completely profound wave of absolute lethargy that is completely entirely washing over you. The fire gives off a completely soft, entirely final deep pop, sending a tiny, completely perfect shower of completely orange sparks dancing up the dark, completely soot-stained chimney. The light completely reflects in the entirely thousands of completely gold-embossed spines lining the completely massive walls, entirely creating a completely soft, entirely glowing, completely starry night, entirely made of old, completely beautiful books. You completely let your eyes completely, perfectly slide shut. The darkness completely behind your eyelids is completely warm, completely, entirely rich, completely, perfectly safe. The heavy, completely silent stone mansion completely, entirely stands perfectly still against the completely raging, entirely, completely freezing storm outside. The completely massive oak doors remain completely firmly, entirely, completely shut. The completely, entirely soft red carpets completely swallow every single completely passing sound. You are completely, entirely hidden away, completely, perfectly lost entirely within the completely massive, completely heavy, entirely ancient heart of the completely great library. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound completely, entirely pulls you completely, perfectly down, completely, entirely into the completely soft leather, down, completely, perfectly into the completely heavy warmth, down, completely, entirely into a completely, perfectly deep, completely, entirely uninterrupted, completely heavy slumber. There is completely nothing entirely to do. There is completely nothing perfectly to think about. There is completely only the completely perfectly warm fire, completely the completely rhythmic ticking, completely of the clock, completely and the completely incredibly heavy, completely perfect, entirely absolute peace of the completely falling snow. All is completely, entirely quiet. All is completely, perfectly still. The gentle, rhythmic sway of the steam ferry across the glassy turquoise waters of Lake Huron slowly lulls you into a state of profound, waking tranquility. As the magnificent wooden vessel approaches the docks of Mackinac Island, the deep, heavy thump-splash of the side-mounted paddle wheels begins to slow down, eventually easing into a quiet, graceful glide. The massive hemp ropes are tossed over the pristine white railings, securing the ship to the sun-baked wooden planks of the mainland with a soft, deeply satisfying creak. The steam engine deep within the hull gives one final low vibrating sigh before completely falling silent. The transition from the gentle hum of the journey to the absolute pristine quiet of the island is immediate and entirely overwhelming. You stand up from the smooth teakwood bench onto the upper deck. Your legs feel wonderfully heavy, entirely relaxed from the long, soothing vibrations of the boat. You make your way down the wooden gangplank, your footsteps falling softly against the sturdy dock. The very first thing you notice as you step onto the island is the air. In the late 1890s, while the rest of the rapidly industrializing United States is beginning to fill with the loud, harsh clatter of early automobiles and the heavy, dark smoke of expanding factories, Mackinac Island has made a brilliant, completely beautiful decision. They have entirely banned the automobile. Because of this, the air you breathe is absolutely immaculate. It is a sweet, incredibly rich mixture of the fresh, pure fresh water of the Great Lakes, the deep, earthy, resinous scent of the ancient cedar and balsam fir forests that crown the island's limestone bluffs, and the warm, incredibly comforting aroma of boiling sugar and chocolate drifting lazily from the small local fudge shops lining the quiet main street. It is a fragrance that instantly wraps around you, a scent that tells your mind to completely let go of all the rushing, all the urgency, and all the stress of the modern world. Waiting for you at the end of the long dock is a beautiful open-air horse-drawn carriage. It is painted a deep, rich hunter green with beautifully curved, tufted black leather seats that have been warmed to the perfect temperature by the soft afternoon sun. The carriage is pulled by two massive, incredibly gentle draft horses. They stand perfectly still, their thick, muscular coats gleaming in the light, occasionally letting out a soft, warm breath that flutters their velvety muzzles. The carriage driver, a quiet, welcoming man dressed in a crisp white shirt and a traditional bowler hat, gives a gentle nod and a soft click of his tongue. You climb up and sink deeply into the soft, yielding leather of the carriage seat. The horses step forward, and the carriage begins to move. The sound that fills the air is the absolute original rhythm of human travel. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The heavy iron-shod hooves strike the smooth paved street with a steady metronomic perfection. It is an incredibly musical, deeply grounding sound. There are no engines revving, no sirens blaring, no tires rushing over asphalt. There is only the soft jingling of the polished brass harnesses, the gentle squeak of the carriage springs, and the slow, rhythmic heartbeat of the horses leading you forward. The carriage winds its way slowly through the small, impeccably preserved downtown. You pass beautiful Victorian buildings painted in soft, calming pastel shades of lemon yellow, pale mint green, and powdery blue. Every building features wide, wrap-around wooden porches, intricate gingerbread trim, and massive hanging baskets, overflowing with deep red geraniums that spill gracefully over the wooden railings. People are walking slowly along the wooden boardwalks, the women holding delicate lace parasols to shield themselves from the sun, the men tipping their straw boater hats in quiet, polite greetings. The entire world here moves at a walking pace. As the carriage leaves the quiet town behind, it begins a slow, gentle ascent up a winding, heavily shaded road. The road is completely lined with massive, ancient cedar and pine trees. As you enter the deep, rich emerald green shade of the forest canopy, the temperature drops noticeably, creating a cool, deeply refreshing microclimate. The sound of the horses' hooves changes here, transitioning from the sharp, hard clip-clop on the pavement to a soft, incredibly muffled thud, 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 thud as the carriage rolls over a thick, soft, ancient carpet of fallen brown pine needles. The gentle, swaying motion of the carriage, the soft, rhythmic thud of the hooves, and the deep, sweet smell of the forest work together to pull you into a state of profound, heavy lethargy. Your eyelids begin to droop. The incredibly slow, unhurried pace of the island seeps directly into your bones, telling you that there is absolutely nowhere you need to be and absolutely nothing you need to do other than exist in this perfect, quiet moment. As the carriage reaches the top of the high limestone bluffs, it emerges from the deep green shade of the cedars and enters a massive, beautifully manicured green lawn. And there, resting perfectly against the brilliant blue summer sky, is a structure of staggering, impossible scale and beauty. It is the Grand Hotel. Built entirely of beautiful clear white pine, the building is painted a blinding, pristine white. It stretches endlessly across the bluff, a monument to the slow, deliberate luxury of the Gilded Age. But the most incredible feature of the Grand Hotel is its porch. It is the longest wooden porch in the entire world, stretching for hundreds of feet across the entire front of the massive building. It is lined with massive, towering white columns, and spaced perfectly along the length of the porch are hundreds of white wooden rocking chairs. The carriage pulls to a gentle stop at the base of the wide, sweeping front steps. You step down, your muscles loose and completely relaxed, and slowly make your way up to the grand porch. The scale of it makes you feel wonderfully small and protected. You walk past the towering columns, the wooden floorboards creaking softly beneath your feet, until you find a rocking chair that looks perfectly entirely out over the massive, sweeping expanse of Lake Huron. You sit down in the chair. It is perfectly designed, the curved wooden back providing incredibly solid, comfortable support for your tired spine. You place your hands on the smooth white armrests, push back ever so slightly with your feet, and the heavy chair begins to move. Crack, rock, crack, rock. The sound of the wooden rockers against the solid wooden floorboards is absolutely mesmerizing. It is a slow, methodical, deeply rhythmic sound that perfectly mimics the beating of a slow, resting heart. The gentle, continuous backward and forward motion is exactly like being rocked in a massive, sturdy cradle. You look out over the wooden railing. The lake is spread out before you, a vast, sparkling ocean of fresh water. Small, white-sailed schooners drift lazily in the distance, pushed along by the gentle, warm summer breeze. You sit there on the wide porch for hours, completely undisturbed, simply watching the slow, majestic transition of the Great Lakes afternoon. The sun begins its long, incredibly slow descent toward the western horizon. As it drops lower in the sky, the light it casts changes from a bright, clear yellow to a deep, heavy, liquid gold. This golden hour light completely saturates the pristine white columns of the porch, making the entire massive building look as though it is glowing with a warm internal fire. The silence of the island evening is profound. As you rock slowly back and forth, you begin to hear the gentle, deeply soothing sounds of the summer dusk. The wind picks up slightly, brushed through the millions of green leaves in the nearby forest with a sound exactly like a slow, rushing river, a soft shh that washes over the porch and slowly fades away. Down below, at the base of the bluffs, you can hear the incredibly faint, rhythmic sound of the lake water washing gently against the rocky shore. Swoosh, sigh, swoosh, sigh. As the deep, warm twilight finally gives way to the velvety darkness of the night, the first stars begin to appear over the massive lake, up here where the air is completely clear and untouched by the smoke of the cities. The stars burn with a fierce, brilliant intensity, The entire sky is dusted with millions of tiny glowing diamonds perfectly reflected in the calm, dark mirror of the water below. You finally stop the slow, rhythmic rocking of the chair. Your muscles feel incredibly loose, heavy, and completely devoid of any tension. The crisp, clean night air has done its work, filling your lungs with pure oxygen and completely clearing your mind of every single lingering thought. You turn away from the dark, sweeping edge of the lake and walk slowly toward the warm, amber glow spilling out from the grand open double doors of the hotel. You step over the heavy wooden threshold, leaving the cool night breeze behind. The interior of the Grand Hotel is a masterpiece of Victorian elegance. The massive lobby is covered in incredibly plush, deep red carpets that completely swallow the sound of your footsteps. Soft, glowing chandeliers cast a warm, perfectly even light across the room. A quiet string quartet is playing in the corner of the parlor, the music incredibly slow, melancholic, and deeply soothing. The notes of the cello and the violin blend perfectly with the hushed, polite murmurs of the few remaining guests. You make your way up a wide, sweeping, beautifully carpeted staircase. You walk down a long, quiet hallway, pushing open the heavy wooden door to your private room. It is spacious, incredibly airy, and wonderfully inviting. The tall windows have been left completely open, allowing the heavy, sweet, pine-scented breeze from the lake to flow freely through the room, gently billowing the sheer white curtains in a slow, hypnotic dance. In the center of the room sits a massive, heavy wooden bed, piled impossibly high with thick, pristine white cotton quilts and soft, feather-filled pillows. You undress slowly in the warm, dim light of a single small brass lamp resting on the wooden nightstand. You pull back the massive layers of the quilts and slide beneath them. The weight of the blankets is astonishing, a heavy, crushing, deeply secure weight that presses down on your entire body, completely pinning you to the soft mattress. You reach out a heavy, tired arm and turn the small brass switch on the lamp, completely extinguishing the light. The room plunges into a deep, heavy, velvety darkness. The only light comes from the faint, silvery moonlight spilling through the open window, casting a soft, perfectly still square of light across the floorboards. You lie flat on your back, completely surrendering to the incredible weight of the blankets. The silence inside the room is absolute, broken only by the incredibly distant, perfectly rhythmic sound of the waves washing against the shore far below. Swoosh, sigh, swoosh, sigh. It is the deepest, most powerful lullaby in nature, a sound that has existed since the beginning of the earth. Your breathing begins to slow down, naturally falling into a perfect deep rhythm. You breathe in the thick, sweet, heavy scent of the pine and the fresh water, completely filling your lungs. You breathe out a long, slow, silent sigh, letting go of the day, letting go of the journey, letting go of every single thought that remains in your mind. Your entire body feels incredibly heavy. Your legs, completely exhausted from the long journey, go entirely slack. The deep, aching tension in your shoulders evaporates, floating away into the warm night air. Your arms rest heavily at your sides, sinking deeper and deeper into the soft cotton sheets. You are perfectly insulated, completely protected, hidden away on a quiet, entirely peaceful island in the middle of a vast inland sea. The rhythmic sound of the waves pulls you down, down, down into a completely heavy, entirely unbroken, deeply comforting sleep. The world is safe. the world is quiet, and the island is holding you in a state of absolute, total, and complete stillness. The soft, pearlescent light of the Great Lakes morning slowly begins to filter through the sheer white curtains of your room at the Grand Hotel. The transition from the deep, heavy velvet darkness of the night to the gentle waking hours of the day is incredibly gradual, a slow dissolving of shadows that perfectly matches the unhurried pace of the island. You open your eyes, your vision swimming lazily in the bright, clean light reflecting off the massive expanse of Lake Huron just outside your window. The thick, heavy white cotton quilts that have kept you completely insulated and secure all night long are draped across your resting body, holding in a perfect, comforting cocoon of warmth against the crisp, cool morning breeze that drifts through the open glass. You lie perfectly still for a long time, simply listening to the quiet, natural symphony of the island awakening. Down below, at the base of the towering limestone bluffs, the rhythmic, endless washing of the freshwater waves continues its ancient song, swoosh, sigh, swoosh, sigh. It is a sound that requires absolutely nothing from you, a pure natural metronome that keeps the entire island moving at a deeply relaxed, lethargic pace. Somewhere in the distance, the soft musical jingling of a horse's brass harness echoes faintly down the empty paved streets, signaling the slow beginning of a new, quiet day. With a long, deep breath that fills your lungs with the sharp, sweet scent of the cedar forests and the pure, clean water, you slowly push the heavy layers of the bedding aside. You step down onto the smooth, polished wooden floorboards, your muscles feeling wonderfully loose, entirely rested, and deeply rejuvenated. You walk out onto the long, sweeping wooden porch one last time, resting your hands on the white railing. The lake is a brilliant, blinding sapphire blue, shimmering under the pale morning sun. But the vast, ever-unfolding story of the American landscape is calling you once again, gently urging you to leave the cool, crisp waters of the north and drift toward another quiet, forgotten sanctuary of the Gilded Age. A horse-drawn carriage carries you slowly back down the winding, pine-shaded paths to the docks. You step aboard the magnificent white steam ferry, taking your seat on the polished teakwood bench as the heavy paddle wheels begin to churn the water. Thump splash, thump splash, thump splash. The incredibly deep, slow, rhythmic vibration of the steam engine travels up through the floor of the boat, seeping directly into your tired legs. As the ferry glides smoothly away from the island, moving gracefully across the glassy surface of the straits, you lean your head back against the smooth wooden seat. You close your eyes, and the familiar, beautifully hypnotic transition begins to wash over your senses. The sharp, crisp, cool air of the northern lakes slowly begins to warm. The rhythmic splashing sound of the wooden paddle wheels softens, melting away into a profound, heavy silence. The bright, clear, blinding light of the morning sun gently fades into a deeply shaded, golden afternoon. You are floating seamlessly across the massive, sprawling expanse of the United States, leaving the northern waters behind and descending deep into the old, slow, beautifully preserved heart of the American South. When you slowly open your eyes, the world around you has completely, miraculously transformed. You're no longer surrounded by the blue water and the white pine of Michigan. Instead, you're sitting in an incredibly plush, open-air carriage with soft, worn, burgundy leather seats, rolling slowly down a quiet, deeply shaded street. You have arrived in Savannah, Georgia, in the golden fading twilight of the late 1890s. The very first thing that washes over you is the air. It is entirely different from anywhere else you've been on this journey. The air in Savannah is incredibly thick, rich, and deeply warm. It feels like a soft, invisible velvet blanket draped gently over your shoulders. It is heavy with the humidity of the nearby Atlantic Ocean, but it is not oppressive. Rather, it is wonderfully soothing, a warm embrace that instantly melts away any lingering stiffness in your joints. And the smell is absolutely intoxicating. The heavy southern air carries the deeply sweet, romantic perfume of blooming Confederate jasmine, the rich, lemony scent of massive white magnolia blossoms, and the faint, earthy, comforting aroma of old sun-baked brick and distant ocean salt. You look up, and the sky is almost entirely hidden from view. The street you're traveling down is completely covered by a magnificent towering canopy of ancient live oak trees. These massive, majestic trees were planted centuries ago, and their gigantic, twisting darkwood branches reach completely across the wide avenue, intertwining with the trees on the opposite side to form a breathtaking, living tunnel of deep emerald green. Hanging from every single branch, swaying with an agonizingly slow, lazy grace in the warm ocean breeze, are thick, weeping veils of silver Spanish moss. The moss filters the bright southern sun, turning the harsh daylight into a soft, glowing, dappled golden twilight that paints the ground in shifting, mesmerizing patterns of light and shadow. The sound of your carriage is incredibly distinct, a beautiful rhythmic clatter that instantly transports you back in time. The streets of historic Savannah are not paved with smooth asphalt or plain dirt. They are paved with ancient rounded cobblestones, specifically old ballast stones that were brought over in the hulls of heavy sailing ships from Europe centuries ago. As the magnificent dark bay horse pulling your carriage steps forward, its iron-shod hooves strike the uneven stones with a slow, heavy, deeply musical cadence, clack-clink, clack-clink, clack-clink. The sound echoes softly off the beautiful, historic homes that line the street. The carriage wheels rumble over the stones with a low, deep, continuous vibration that travels up through the soft leather seat, gently massaging your tired back. You sink deeper into the cushions, letting the slow, hypnotic, swaying motion of the carriage completely dictate the rhythm of your breathing. Savannah is a city designed entirely around the concept of the public square. As your carriage rolls slowly forward, the dense canopy of oaks occasionally opens up, revealing a perfectly symmetrical, quiet green park surrounded by towering, elegant townhouses. You pass through one of these squares, and the atmosphere is one of absolute, unhurried peace. The square is surrounded by a low, incredibly intricate fence of heavy black wrought iron forged into beautiful sweeping patterns of curling vines and blooming ivy. In the very center of the square sits a massive, multi-tiered fountain made of dark, weathered cast iron. The water arcs gracefully into the air before falling into the large basin below with a soft, continuous, incredibly soothing shh. The sound of the falling water blends perfectly with the slow clack-clink of the horse's hooves, creating a symphony of pure, undisturbed relaxation. Small wooden park benches are tucked into the deep shade of the oaks, where gentlemen in light linen suits and tall Panama hats sit quietly reading the evening paper, and women in long, sweeping cotton dresses walk slowly along the brick paths, their silk parasols resting over their shoulders. No one is rushing. The heavy, warm southern air simply does not allow for it. Everything here moves at the pace of a lazy river. Your carriage turns down a quiet, deeply shaded side street and comes to a gentle, squeaking halt in front of a magnificent, towering townhouse. The home is a masterpiece of federal-style architecture built from deep, rich Savannah gray brick that has been softened and weathered by decades of coastal rain and sun. The massive windows are incredibly tall, reaching almost from the floor to the high ceilings, and they are framed by beautiful, dark, forest green wooden shutters. A wide, sweeping staircase made of heavy stone leads up to a grand covered front porch, framed by tall, elegant white columns. The carriage driver steps down and gently opens your door. You step out onto the warm, uneven cobblestones. The heat of the day is stored deep within the bricks and the stones, radiating upward and wrapping you in a deeply comforting, invisible warmth. You walk slowly up the stone steps, your hands brushing against the smooth, dark iron of the heavy handrail. The massive, solid mahogany front door of the townhouse is already open, welcoming the evening breeze. You step over the heavy brass threshold and enter the grand parlor of the inn. The transition from the warm, bright street to the cool, deeply shaded interior is instantly refreshing. The ceilings in the parlor are staggeringly high, easily 14 feet tall, designed specifically to draw the warm air up and away from the living spaces. The floor beneath your feet is made of incredibly beautiful wide planks of ancient heart pine, polished to a deep, glowing amber shine that perfectly reflects the soft light of the room. The innkeeper, a quiet, gentle woman with a soft, melodic southern drawl, greets you with a warm smile. She speaks in hushed, polite tones, her voice blending perfectly with the quiet, sleepy atmosphere of the house. The parlor is furnished with beautiful, heavy antique pieces, plush velvet sofas in deep shades of indigo and plum, dark mahogany side tables, and massive gilded mirrors that make the large room feel even more expansive. The air inside smells of lemon oil, old dry books, and the incredibly faint, sweet aroma of freshly brewed peach tea. She hands you a heavy, polished brass key attached to a dark, tasseled ribbon and guides you toward the grand staircase. The banister is a masterpiece of curving dark walnut, worn completely smooth by thousands of hands over the decades. You begin the slow, steady climb to the second floor. The wooden stairs creak ever so softly beneath your weight, a deeply domestic, comforting sound that tells you this ancient house is alive, settling gently into the evening. You walk down a wide, quiet hallway lined with beautiful, faded floral wallpaper and stop in front of a tall, heavy wooden door. You slide the brass key into the lock. It turns with a heavy, deeply satisfying click. You push the door open and step into your private southern sanctuary. The bedroom is an absolute dream of 19th century comfort. It is incredibly spacious, filled with the soft, fading golden light of the late afternoon. The focal point of the room is a colossal, magnificent four-poster rice bed. The massive mahogany posts are intricately carved with beautiful patterns of rice sheaves, a tribute to the ancient wealth of the coastal empire. The posts stretch almost all the way to the towering ceiling, supporting a beautiful sheer white canopy of fine cotton netting that is tied back with thick silken cords. The bed itself is piled impossibly high. It is covered in crisp, pristine white linen sheets that have been dried outside in the fresh ocean breeze, smelling incredibly clean and pure. Over the sheets is a beautiful, entirely hand-stitched quilt featuring complex geometric patterns in soft, faded shades of rose, cream, and sage green. At the foot of the bed rests a thick, heavy woven blanket ready to be pulled up when the cool night air finally rolls in from the Atlantic. You walk across the smooth heart pine floorboards toward the far wall of the room. Here, two massive floor-to-ceiling French doors lead out to a private, beautifully forged wrought iron balcony. You turn the brass handles and pull the heavy glass doors inward. Instantly, the sounds and smells of the savannah evening flood into the room. You step out onto the small shaded balcony and lean your hands against the cool, dark iron railing. You're looking directly down into one of the city's quiet, hidden courtyard gardens. The garden is a lush, overgrown paradise of deep green ferns, massive, blooming hydrangea bushes, and towering banana leaves that rustle softly in the wind. A small trickling stone fountain in the center of the garden provides a constant, rhythmic, deeply soothing background noise. The sun is finally beginning to set, slipping slowly below the massive canopy of the live oaks. The sky above the trees turns a deep, fiery shade of orange and magenta, casting a warm, glowing light that makes the Spanish moss look as though it is spun from pure gold. As the natural light begins to fade, the true quiet magic of the 19th century evening begins. Down on the cobblestone street below, you hear the slow, rhythmic footsteps of the city lamplighter. He is a quiet, solitary figure, carrying a long wooden pole with a small glowing ember at the tip. He stops at the base of a beautiful tall cast iron gas lamp situated right at the corner of the square. With a gentle, practiced motion, he reaches up with the pole, opens the small glass door of the lantern, and turns the brass valve. A soft, quiet hiss escapes into the evening air. He touches the ember to the gas, and a beautiful, warm, flickering amber flame blooms into the twilight. He closes the glass door, and the lamp casts a soft, swaying pool of golden light across the uneven cobblestones. He moves slowly down the street, lighting one lamp after another, leaving a trail of warm, glowing beacons in his wake. The soft amber light filters up through the twisting branches of the oak trees, creating dancing, hypnotic shadows against the brick walls of the townhouses. With the arrival of the night, the heavy, humid air of the day finally begins to break, replaced by a wonderfully cool, gentle breeze blowing in from the distant ocean harbor. You can smell the salt in the air now, a clean, sharp scent that mixes perfectly with the sweet perfume of the night-blooming jasmine climbing the trellis below your balcony. The city falls completely, beautifully silent. The only sounds remaining are the soft, rhythmic hiss of the gas lamps, the gentle trickling of the courtyard fountain, and the incredibly soothing, rising hum of thousands of cicadas and crickets hiding deep within the Spanish moss. It is a slow, pulsing, vibrating thrum, a massive, natural lullaby that seems to rise right out of the dark southern earth itself. You stand on the balcony for a long time, letting the warm breeze wash over your face, completely absorbing the absolute peace of the historic city. All the tension, all the worry, and all the hurried thoughts of the modern world feel millions of miles away, completely locked out by the heavy canopy of the ancient trees. You slowly turn away from the iron railing and step back into the large, quiet bedroom, leaving the tall French doors open just a few inches so that the sweet breeze and the soothing sounds of the night can continue to fill the space. You walk over to a small, dark wood vanity table where a single beautiful glass oil lamp rests. You strike a long wooden match and light the thick cotton wick. A soft, incredibly warm golden light fills the bedroom, reflecting off the polished mahogany of the massive rice bed and casting long, comforting shadows into the corners of the room. You slowly begin to prepare for rest. You unbutton your collar, slipping out of your travel clothes, the fabric rustling softly in the quiet room. You pull on a soft, loose, incredibly comfortable cotton nightshirt that breathes perfectly in the warm southern air. You walk over to the massive towering bed. The mattress is so incredibly high off the floor that a small, beautifully carved wooden step stool sits beside it to help you climb up. You step onto the stool and slide gently into the bed, slipping between the crisp, incredibly cool, pristine white linen sheets. The mattress is a marvel of 19th century comfort, deeply supportive, yet incredibly soft, perfectly contouring to the heavy, relaxed shape of your tired body. The massive feather pillows rise up around your head, completely cradling your neck and shoulders in a cloud of pure, yielding softness. You reach out and pull the beautiful hand-stitched quilt up to your chest. It provides the absolute perfect amount of weight, a gentle, comforting pressure that makes you feel incredibly secure, while the cool linen sheets keep your skin perfectly comfortable in the warm, humid night. You reach over to the small nightstand and gently turn the small brass knob on the oil lamp. The flame slowly shrinks, flickering softly for a moment before vanishing completely, plunging the large room into a deep, heavy, velvety darkness. The only light remaining is the faint, warm amber glow of the street lamp outside, filtering through the swaying Spanish moss and casting a soft, moving pattern of light across the high plaster ceiling. You lie flat on your back, staring up at the shadows dancing slowly above you. The movement is incredibly hypnotic, a slow, swaying pendulum of light and dark that perfectly matches the slow, gentle rustle of the leaves outside. The sounds of the savannah night wrap completely around you. The rhythmic, pulsating hum of the cicadas creates a heavy, vibrating blanket of white noise that completely drowns out any stray thoughts in your mind. From very far away, echoing softly across the dark, flat waters of the harbor, you hear the long, low, incredibly mournful blast of a heavy steamship horn. Boom. The deep, resonant note travels for miles through the humid air, rattling the window panes ever so slightly, before slowly fading away into nothingness. It is a lonely, beautiful sound that only serves to make you feel even more safely hidden away in your warm, protected sanctuary. Your entire body feels impossibly heavy. The tension in your legs, your back, and your shoulders has completely melted away, sinking straight down through the thick mattress and into the ancient solid wooden floorboards below. Your arms rest slack and heavy at your sides, the cool linen sheets soothing your skin. Your jaw relaxes. The tiny muscles around your eyes completely let go. You focus entirely on the slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing. You take a long, deep breath in, filling your lungs with the sweet, jasmine-scented air. You let it out in a slow, completely silent sigh, feeling your body sink just a fraction of an inch deeper into the incredibly soft feather bed. In, out, in, out. Your breathing naturally perfectly aligns with the slow, rhythmic hiss of the gas lamp burning softly on the street corner below. The ancient, historic city is completely asleep. The heavy cobblestones, the iron gates, the massive, towering oak trees, they all stand in perfect, silent harmony, exactly as they have for hundreds of years. The world outside is incredibly old, incredibly slow, and entirely at peace. There is absolutely nowhere you need to go. There is absolutely nothing you need to accomplish. You are perfectly insulated, completely safe, and entirely suspended in time. The heavy, warm air of the deep south presses down on you, a deeply comforting, invisible weight. Your eyelids, already incredibly heavy, finally slide completely shut. The warm, dark safety behind your eyes is absolute. The rhythmic, pulsing hum of the night slowly pulls you down, 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 away from the waking world, sinking you deeply into a profound, unbroken, incredibly restorative slumber. The shadows sway gently on the ceiling. The distant water laps against the harbor docks. The ancient city breathes a long, slow sigh of relief. All is quiet in the heavy, humid night. All is wonderfully, perfectly still. The heavy, humid darkness of the deep southern night slowly surrenders to a pale, misty morning. Inside the grand, high-ceilinged bedroom of the Savannah townhouse, your awakening is a beautifully slow and gradual process. The thick white cotton canopy draped over the massive mahogany rice bed catches the very first delicate rays of the morning sun. The light filters through the sheer netting, casting a soft, pearlescent glow across the crisp linen sheets. You lie perfectly still, resting in the deep, incredibly comfortable center of the feather mattress. The heavy, warm air of the room holds the lingering, sweet perfume of the night-blooming jasmine that climbs the wrought iron balcony outside your tall French doors. The city is beginning to wake, but it does so with a gentle, lethargic grace. The pulsating, hypnotic hum of the cicadas that serenaded you to sleep has faded away, replaced by the soft, mournful, incredibly melodic cooing of a solitary mourning dove resting somewhere high up in the ancient moss-draped branches of the live oaks. Coo, coo, coo. It is a quiet, lonely sound that perfectly matches the peaceful, unhurried atmosphere of the historic square below. From the cobblestone streets, you can hear the faint, muffled sound of a wooden broom slowly sweeping the stone sidewalks, a steady rhythmic swish, swish, swish that tells you the world is being prepared for another quiet, sun-drenched day. You gently push the beautiful hand-stitched quilt down to the foot of the bed. The air that brushes against your skin is wonderfully warm and deeply comforting. You step down from the high mattress, your bare feet meeting the smooth, polished amber planks of the heart pine floorboards. Walking slowly to the balcony, you push the tall glass doors open just a bit wider. The morning air of the Georgia coast washes over you, carrying the faint, earthy scent of the river and the rich, dark aroma of roasted coffee and chicory drifting up from the kitchen below. The courtyard garden is a lush, emerald green paradise, the massive fern leaves heavy with sparkling silver drops of morning dew. But as beautiful and heavy as the southern morning is, the vast, sweeping tapestry of the American landscape is calling you once again. You dress quietly in the warm, golden light of the room and make your way down the grand, curving wooden staircase. Out on the street, beneath the towering, magnificent canopy of the ancient oak trees, a carriage is waiting to carry you away. You climb into the plush, deep-cushioned interior. The driver gives a soft nod, and the heavy horse begins its slow, steady walk. Clack, clink, clack, clink, clack, clink. The iron hooves strike the old ballast stones, creating that deeply familiar, mesmerizing rhythm. As you lean your head back against the soft leather, you feel that profound, dreamlike transition beginning to wash over your senses. The heavy, invisible velvet blanket of the southern humidity slowly begins to lift. The sweet floral perfume of the jasmine and the magnolia fades into the background. The rhythmic clatter of the carriage wheels on the cobblestone softens, dissolving into a profound, rushing silence. You simply close your eyes, letting the gentle swaying motion of the carriage disconnect you from the warm, moss-draped squares of the south. You're drifting upward, floating seamlessly across the massive, sprawling expanse of the eastern seaboard, traveling hundreds and hundreds of miles away in the blink of a sleeping eye. When you finally open your eyes, the world has been entirely transformed into a landscape of rugged, breathtaking, and pristine isolation. The heavy, warm air of Georgia has been replaced by an atmosphere that is incredibly crisp, sharp, and brilliantly cool. It is the late 1890s, the height of the Gilded Age summer migrations, and you have arrived on the rocky, dramatic, fog-shrouded coast of Maine on the magnificent shores of Mount Desert Island. This is the era of the rusticators, the quiet, wealthy families who fled the stifling heat and loud, rushing noise of the major eastern cities to seek absolute peace and raw, untamed nature in the far north. The carriage you're in now is an open-air buckboard pulled by a sturdy, quiet horse. The wheels are no longer rolling over cobblestones, but over a narrow, winding dirt road covered in a thick layer of crushed white seashells and small, smooth, gray pebbles. The sound is a constant, deeply satisfying rhythmic crunch, crunch, crunch that instantly grounds you in this new, wild environment. You look out toward the horizon. The Atlantic Ocean here is nothing like the calm, warm waters of the southern harbors. It is a deep, moody, incredibly dark shade of slate blue, churning with a slow, heavy, ancient power. Massive, jagged formations of dark pink granite rise up out of the freezing water, standing like silent, immovable fortresses against the crashing waves. A thick, heavy bank of silvery gray sea fog is rolling slowly in from the ocean, creeping across the surface of the water and weaving its way through the towering dark green spires of the ancient balsam fir and red spruce trees that line the rugged cliffs. The air is a revelation. It is so incredibly clean that it almost takes your breath away. It smells deeply of cold salt spray, rich, damp earth, the sharp, resinous tang of the crushed pine needles beneath the carriage wheels, and the sweet herbal scent of wild bayberry bushes growing wild along the rocky shore. Every single breath you take clears your mind, leaving you feeling focused, calm, and deeply connected to the massive, silent wilderness around you. The carriage slowly winds its way up a steep, pine-covered hill, turning onto a long, sweeping private drive. Emerging from the dense, fragrant forest is a staggering piece of architecture. It is a massive, sprawling summer cottage. But this is no simple cabin. It is a monumental masterpiece of the shingle style. The entire exterior of the massive home is covered in thousands of cedar shingles that have been left completely unpainted. Over the years, the harsh, salty ocean wind has weathered the wood to a beautiful, soft, silver gray, making the massive house look as though it grew naturally right out of the rocky cliffs. The roof features deep, sweeping gables and a massive wraparound veranda supported by thick, natural stone columns, completely encircles the ground floor, offering an uninterrupted view of the dark, churning ocean. The carriage comes to a gentle halt near the front steps, the crushed seashells popping softly beneath the iron-rimmed wheels. You step down into the cool, bracing ocean air. The silence here is vast and heavy, broken only by the continuous, deep, booming roar of the ocean waves crashing against the granite cliffs far below. Boom! Shh! It is a slow, rhythmic, immense sound that vibrates deep in your chest. You walk slowly up the wide wooden steps to the veranda. The porch is wide and deeply shaded, furnished with beautiful heavy wicker chairs and long, comfortable gliders fitted with thick navy blue canvas cushions. You take a seat in one of the large wicker chairs. It groans softly beneath your weight, a deeply comforting, rustic sound. You sit back and simply stare out at the water. Out on the dark, rolling waves, you can see the tall, elegant white sails of a massive, wooden windjammer schooner moving slowly through the fog. It glides with an absolute majestic silence, completely unpowered by engines, relying solely on the invisible, ancient force of the wind. The sheer, slow grace of the ship moving across the horizon is mesmerizing. As the fog continues to roll in, growing thicker and heavier, the ship slowly vanishes into the gray mist, like a ghost ship sailing into a dream. And then, out of the thick, obscuring fog, comes a sound that defines the remote, romantic isolation of the northern coast. It is the distant, lonely, incredibly mournful sound of a heavy bronze bell buoy rocking slowly in the ocean swells. Ding, pause, ding, pause, ding. The tone is rich, deep, and melancholic. It does not ring with a frantic urgency. It rings with the slow, chaotic, unpredictable rhythm of the ocean itself. Sometimes the bell strikes twice in quick succession, and then there is a long, heavy minute of absolute silence before it strikes again. You find yourself waiting for the next note, your breathing slowing down to match the incredibly slow, unpredictable intervals. The afternoon slowly bleeds into evening. In the far north, the sunset is muted by the heavy sea fog. The sky does not turn bright, orange, or red. Instead, the entire world is bathed in a soft, glowing, deeply soothing shade of lavender and bruised plum. The air temperature drops significantly, and the damp chill of the ocean begins to creep up the wooden steps of the veranda. A quiet, unassuming caretaker, dressed in a thick woolen sweater, opens the heavy, solid oak front door of the cottage and gestures for you to come inside. You step over the threshold, leaving the biting chill of the ocean breeze behind. The interior of the massive shingle-style home is a haven of rustic, insulated warmth. The walls are not covered in delicate wallpaper or bright paint. They are completely paneled in rich, dark, glowing beadboard made from native Maine pine. The floors are wide, highly polished planks of dark oak, partially covered by incredibly thick, beautifully woven woolen rugs in deep, earthy tones of forest green, rust, and slate blue. The massive living room is dominated by an absolutely gargantuan fireplace. It is not built from smooth marble or delicate brick, but from massive, rough-hewn boulders of pink and gray granite pulled directly from the rocky shores below. Inside the massive hearth, a fire of staggering proportions is roaring. Huge logs of dense, slow-burning birch and fragrant cedar are stacked high, throwing off an intense, brilliant, dancing orange light that illuminates the dark wooden walls. The heat radiating from the stone fireplace is immense. It is a thick, heavy, deeply primitive heat that instantly washes over your face and hands, completely thawing the damp ocean chill from your bones. The room smells incredibly rich, a deeply comforting mixture of the sweet, spicy smoke from the burning cedar logs, the faint, salty tang of the sea air that has seeped into the wood of the house, and the warm, comforting aroma of hot black tea steeping in a silver pot on a nearby table. You walk slowly toward the fire and sink into a massive, overstuffed leather armchair that sits perfectly on the edge of the large wool rug. The leather is incredibly soft, worn smooth by decades of use. You stretch your legs out toward the glowing orange flames. The fire pops and crackles with a loud, satisfying snap, sending a shower of bright, tiny sparks spiraling up into the dark, soot-stained chimney. You can hear the fierce, cold wind beginning to howl outside, whistling sharply around the eaves and rattling the heavy wooden window frames. But inside, you are entirely protected. The massive, thick stone walls and the heavy wooden shingles form an impenetrable fortress against the elements. The sound of the wind only serves to make the warmth of the fire feel that much more profound, that much more secure. You sit there for a long time, completely mesmerized by the chaotic, dancing flames, feeling the deep, heavy heat completely soaking into your tired muscles. The tension in your shoulders melts away. Your arms feel like warm lead, resting heavily on the armrests. Eventually, the deep, heavy fatigue of the long journey begins to wash over you in earnest. Your eyelids grow heavy, fluttering, as you watch the fire slowly burn down into a deep, pulsing bed of ruby-red embers. You push yourself up from the deep leather chair and walk slowly toward the grand wooden staircase in the center of the hall. The stairs are wide and sturdy, the thick wood creaking softly under you. You close your eyes, and in the darkness, you can still feel the slow, sweeping rhythm of the giant light turning round and round, high above you, watching over the deep, silent waters of the Pacific. The world is heavy, the world is safe, and the world is pulling you down into a state of total, unbroken, deeply restorative sleep. All is quiet on the edge of the world. The morning light on the edge of the Pacific Ocean does not arrive with a sudden jarring brightness. Instead, it slowly bleeds through the thick, heavy blanket of coastal fog, turning the pitch-black darkness into a deep,